Konnichiwa, ¿cómo estás? How's it going, Hollow? How's the stuff and things? Oh, that I got prepare for the part of the stream where I get distracted and talk about random irrelevant stuff. I need to make a toggle where I hit one button and then this thing just like auto resizes to get really big. I don't think that'll be that too hard. Anyway, no, I found this at the store the other day. Random flavors here. It says Valentina and lime. I have no idea what Valentina is. Hopefully it doesn't suck. Anyway, how's it going? By the way, if anyone here is a Pathfinder homie, please feel free to distract me, and we can go get some stuff and things done. Cause and I don't need to do. Yo, Sweet, what's up? I got a new look. Yeah, I got like multiple different new looks here. You can see we got this one right here, this one right here. I got multiples here. I kind of want to make like a whole bunch, and then like you can do different commands in chat, kind of like this one here, and it'll change out to like different variants. So I have this one here. This is my military / Warhammer one. I really like this one. You can see I'm wearing like straps and Astley's chaps. You can't quite see on that one. But we have old Adhara here, and I got a new updated one here as well. I like this one. She's wearing a gi and her black belt. But I just want to get like a whole bunch of different variables there. There we go. How's it going on, Sweet? I'm eating something called a Valentina and lime chip. I don't know what to expect of this. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Oh, and also if you want me to just like straight up end the stream right now, which would be very funny, just ping everyone and then they come here and then the stream's like already dead or gone. Just a minute. I definitely want to finish that one shot I have for you, and I also plan on, or well, hope to do similar things for every other player. Additionally, I did a little extra something for your item. I don't want to give it too many spoilers away. Ooh. That's an interesting flavor. This flavor reminds me of something I've had. It has a very strong, like, Mexican restaurant flavor to it. I can't place it, but that's really good. I'm glad I picked it up. Oh, music. Wow. Okay, is that loud? Music intensifies. Blast a couple times out loud. Might be a little. It's fine. It's fine. Where was I? I have no power. Give power. Make up. I finally finished the base, kind of. I got like the shell of the base. can see in the main center here, we got additional shelving here. There's gonna be more workbenches, a bunch of extra chests. All these chests are relatively organized. It'll just take me a minute to try remembering which one is which. I finished out the circle base. Eventually I'm going to jet this out with, like, in fact I still have my blueprint design right here. This is the design I ultimately went with here in the center. A square place in the center with the circle around, and then I'll have like 4 triangular, probably towers. I was gonna say flat, like the base, but actually making those triangle parts towers, I think would look pretty badass. So that's what I'm gonna do. But as for now, I need things. I finally just set kind of the base here. I just need stuff. Just plenty of stuff. So I need to go out and diggy hole, as they say. Oh, but first, or is it? I need to go attempt to see if I can get a new ship. Maybe, probably. Perchance, can I make... I think I can. My thing's out of power, yeah. I need so much stuff. I need stuff. Alright. Please embark. I think I have enough materials to go fix a ship. And I can get a brand new ship, one that's like much better than the one I have here. This is a default spawn ship. That being said, depends on whether or not it actually is there. It's right next to a planet, Particle 3, the red looking thing here. Where are you? Well, should be a ship here. Hopefully, still there. These Valentine ship go. All right. I'm not quite sure how to try finding a broken down ship if it's still here. I'll just kind of like float around just a little bit. Look at all these icons that are popping up. I don't think it's any of those. I would not be surprised if this ship has already like despawned or whatever else happens in this game. Man, if it's still here, that's gonna be a massive upgrade. Oh, signal. It's kind of far. Signal over there, that one's further away. Couple. Might be this one. Cruise. Please be that broken down ship. to just be a pirate and just destroys me immediately. There's nothing here. What? Is it just me, or do I just not see anything here? Is it just like really small? I'm gonna pop out of my ship right next to it. Hello? It's it's like a whole lot of nothing. I wonder if that might have been the ship right there and it's despawned, but like saved the signal here, which is mega unfortunate. Oh, and the signal just disappeared, despawned. Is that a thing? Can I just get like signals that just are straight up trolling me? Alright, where are the other ones? That must be the one I was next to. 6 light years. Let's go for that one. Oh, there's something here. Okay. It's a ship. Not the one I'm looking for. And it's also the same ship I have. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna bother upgrading that. Or fixing it, or whatever's going on here. Is it a broken down ship? Yep. And this one's like dirt cheap to repair. Anything nearby? A little floating chest or something? Wait, can I like tear it apart? This is not your spaceship. Who cares? I want to tear it apart. I wonder if I can go inside of it. Go on. Go up. Up, up. There we go. And land. Thank you. Anything? Doesn't have a cockpit. It's interesting. Oh, it probably got destroyed. There's literally parts on it actually missing. Anyway. Nothing here. Let me take a look around. Oh, I saw another signal somewhere. Where did all the signals go? There you are. Last one. Please be that great ship I found. He's such a massive upgrade. hell are you? Yep. Come on, hang it. Could you get a little closer? Pod cargo class? It's a ship? It's a ship. It's literally just a cube. It's literally a flying chest. Storage vessel. Okay, I gotta get closer on this. Pod cargo class, what a name. How do you get in it? Ah, through. It's like a house walking in this thing. It's a flying house. What stats does this thing have? A lot more health, a lot more shield, more damage, less fire rate, less speed. Double the cargo space. Makes sense. You see, here's the question, or the weird thing. I feel like I can't go get materials because when I come back, it feels like these things just disappear then. Should I just like carry around materials at all the time with me? Just a bunch of stuff? I guess thematically that kind of actually makes sense. Where did I get a bunch of junk? It's just a bunch of space junk that got in my inventory? I'll gladly equip that fuel cell. If I shoot it. Nothing. Hello, rock. What were you? Dirt. It's a ball of dirt. That was literally, hey, that's dirt. I don't think I've seen dirt before. Nice. I've not seen dirt before. That's not a joke. Normally I find variant like that. It would be like shroomy dirt or coarse or just random different names I can't even pronounce. It's probably rock, yeah. A little bit of stuff. I don't think I can go asteroid mining because I just don't have the inventory space to collect stuff. I could try going after the long runner here. The last time I tried finishing this bounty, I just ran out of power. More signals I can attempt. See one. There. It looks like all the ones I've visited are blue. Starting to understand the UI. Something is here. Huh. Is it? Is it it? Is that it? It is-ish. It is. But I didn't bring enough wiring and connectors. Damn it. Dang. Unfortunate. Really do need to just bring stuff with me. Oh, you know what? I probably did have enough in here, but when I was busy crafting at base, making stuff and stuff, I probably pulled from my ship nearby. Alright, I think I kind of want to run back to Bardwell 1, collect some stuff from my original planet. No point in leaving it behind, right? Where's Bardwell 1? How hard can it be to find a planet? Just spinning in all the wrong directions. It's so tempting to go out to the pirate long runner. I really feel like I'm gonna get destroyed though. Or just lose power and not finish it off. I'm going for it. I hate letting down a challenge. Gotta go for it. Oh, hey look. There's Bardwell 1. Just hiding behind this one. Wait. The funny part is that actually it looks still injured from last time I tried fighting. I'm gonna run out of power again. Oh my god, I'm out of fuel. Jesus Christ. Dude, fucking get out of here. This has just become a joke at this point. Where's Bardwell 1? Distance to no, just go. Bardwell? Right there? Is it hiding behind that planet? This planets really need to stop moving around so much. I'm just gonna load the map. I think I can just tag them this way. I'm next to it. How do I not see it? There you are. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here, load up a bunch of stuff that I left behind. home sweet home. Alright, what's worth going for first? Probably metals. Precious metals. Take those. I don't think I need this much copper. This right here, all of these items I'm gonna want. Mainly that one. That one. These. Just use that. Most of this stuff I think I can easily remake. Probably. Make up better inventory storage in here. Does that suit better than mine? It's got less shield, but it's got two things I can't quite see. But it doesn't need repairing, so. Consume. Good. Grab a couple more. Possibly that. These I think are relatively cheap or easy to make. Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to make a second run here. There's a lot of stuff here I think I definitely want. All this junk. Oh, there you go. Alright, that's probably enough. And back home. Back to the other home. Bartle 2, where are you? Go fast. Splice is much more satisfying. What is that? There's like a little white blip right there. What is that? What are you? Are you just like a leftover? I'm not sure what that is. I'm just gonna ignore it. I'm sure it's fine. Alright, so equipment mods, here we go. See if I can remember my own storage system. Metals would be with the forges. In tiered order. Crafting materials over here. Tier 3 metal. That's good. Give me all your stuff. I'm wondering if, like, should I try carrying around stuff with me in case I need to repair stuff? I'm gonna need to just carry just a bunch of stuff. So it's just gonna take up my entire inventory. I can always get a new ship actually just by buying one, so I could probably instead focus on just doing like mission type things. Feeling much better now that I just got most of my junk here again. What am I missing? Repair bench? Let's see here. Builder, got it. Plotting bench, I don't have. Expensive. Repair bench, I don't have. Make one of those. Perfect. Recycler, I have it. Armory over there. Travel point, I got it back. Ship bench. Maybe? Yes. Good. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 5, 10. Bench. I don't think I've made one of these before. Where did I put this? Here. Oh, okay. Yes, I know what this one is. Okay. These are all the different parts. Fuel. Which I can make. Expensive-ish. Or at least it has stuff that I don't know how to target one. Capacitors, expensive, but possibly worth it. And I could finally go off that one jack. What other appliances do I possibly need? Painting bench? I don't actually know what this is. It's not too expensive to make, so the hell why not? Painting bench, where would you go? Next to the habitat feels appropriate. Oh, is this? Oh, that would have been so much more convenient if I had this beforehand. Probably can just. Yeah, I drop this in there. Right? There we go. And then just paint it beforehand. Unfortunate. Oh, speaking of which, give me my thing back. How do I get it? Beautiful. One of them's off color. Need a new paint gun. How expensive is a paint gun? Do I also level up 4, or is it just... Oh no, it's the whole... To clarify, the entire time we've been doing the game, I've been doing a party-based XP. So, yeah. It's the party as a whole. So, like, if a new player comes in, like Myra, for example, she automatically starts at, like, whatever level the party is. So, yes, definitely for you as well. Would you like to do that now? We can do that, like, on stream. Or we could even, like, follow that up with the other half of that game I was doing with you. And I can also show you a little extra something that I made for you. I'm quite excited to show you some stuff and things. I'm ending the stream now. I got more important things to do. My homies need me. I could make another paint gun, but they're so expensive to make. No, I'm just making a second trip. I'm gonna make another trip. So your throw's killing me. Have a hard time speaking. Could do the level up though. Minimal talking from my point though. Sure. You want to do like off stream? Because I can kill the stream right now. I don't mind. Or we can just pop into general chat. However you'd like. I see a meteor. There's like nothing here, but also stuff here. On stream, off stream, doesn't matter to me. Alright. Let me... Who is shooting me? What does that sound? Hello? You. Knock it off. You're not even close. Get over here. drop off. It's one thing after the next. Thankfully, I have a bunch of fuel cells. Lock car! Who needs to live when I've got gun? Actually, on second thought, I'm panicking. I'm running away. Okay, give me about, singular minute here. That's weird. Retreat again, and heal. Come on. Oh, I might be dead right here. Got me in a bad position right there. They need to get closer. If they can get closer, I can blast them quite well. Ah! They're on me. Damn. You know what? That's fair. Bad timing on that. I was surrounded. Kinda saw that coming. Oh well. Alright, yeah, let's get the stuff and things done. Need to eat some food? Oh, okay. Do you have some Valentina chips? Oh, where did I die? Over there. Need power. Power... do I want? I could make expensive power. It's actually not too bad. It uses silicon, which I could target farm. It uses a lot of energy capsules, which I've actually been hoarding up quite a bit. You know what? Make me one. I can even make tier 4 fuel cells. Where are the energy recharge thing? There it is, station. Wow, that is expensive. Oh, it'd be so nice to have, but man, that is expensive. Alright. Back in the hole. They all despawn. They did. Uranium. Oh, I did look into getting an upgraded extractor. I feel like I can do it now. I remember seeing it yesterday, thinking I have enough. Gotta make sure there's no more behind. That's it. Okay. Oh my god, my jetpack is straight up destroyed. That's what I need to do now. Level up the extractor and make a new jetpack. Where's the extractor? Tier 4. Capacitors, connectors, lenses. I can make a ton of these. Spam that a whole bunch. Connectors, make a bundle of those. Capacitors. Needs quartz. I can do this. You know what? I'm doing it. Extractor, tier 5. What does that take? Transistors, motherboards. Yep. Yep. What? Number go up. What are we looking at? $96 power to 36. A lot more energy, tier, and a little more range too. Wonder if they can just one-shot like sand and dirt. There is recycler. At some point I'm gonna get used to my new storage system here. Some point. Crafting stuff right here. Nope. Here. Yeah, I probably need approval on this. Currently stands, there's not quite something here. Oh right, building stuff on top, that makes sense. I'm up with the random mats in the center here. Lycanite, what is that again? Drop by creature. Okay, so that would definitely go in there. Or is that a material? Hold up. Details. Oh, that is definitely a material. Never mind. Yep, right there. More material. Rock and stone. Now, jetpack. What is it? Is it an equipment? Armory. There it is. Backpack level 2. Can I make it? I definitely can. Nice and cheap. Hell, I might even be able to make jetpack tier 3 possibly. But I have to make this first. 2. Gib. Get back here. 2. So flight time 1.5, 10 left. 1, 5, 10, 23. Flight time is about 1.5 higher. Energy cost is doubled. A lot more cost. And it now has lift. Whereas mine didn't. I wonder what lift power means. Give it a try. Well, it feels like it can go higher. I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean by lift power though. I'll go back and look at that. Yeah, now it has lift power 10. The other one just didn't have any. No idea what that means. How bizarre. In any case, upgrade. I'll probably even upgrade my suit, which might be a very smart idea to stop dying. It's like defense is right. Yeah, more armor, more sprint, and shield. A bunch of wiring, please. Make me a bunch of connectors. Or just 2, because I'm running out of 10. I guess I can go farm for 10 next. And new suit, new look. Hey, and it rolled a mod on it. I don't know what the mod is, but it's got one. Here. Crafting mats. Disintegrator. Yes, please. I'm gonna make another fuel cell. Actually, I'm gonna do tier 3. I can afford that. No problem. Alright, while I wait for Swede to pop in by, I'm gonna try setting up audio and Discord stuff. Stream room.
And his name is John C.
I forgot. I forgot I have that. I love surprising myself with my own way of doing things. There we go. Just make sure. Yep, audio's good. Yep, audio's good. While I wait, I'm gonna go farm some tin. I need a lot of that. Nope. Don't search. Damn it. Actually, can I upgrade your stuff while I wait for you to recharge? Motherboard. What? Actually, wait, I thought I had motherboards. I could have sworn I found... Is this stuff? No, I took everything out. I thought I found some at some point. Alright, down into... Oh, I never built the shaft. I got an idea. I can make a shaft from back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. Yeah, actually, kind of like that. I'll have like an entrance on each of the walls. There we go. Oh, I didn't think about this. How Oh, I do like a stairs. Yeah. Hello? What the heck is that sound? I think something's fighting each other down there. Just the wildlife. If I make... I'll make that a little wider. Like that. That feels more natural, I think. Plus, I kind of want to have 2 stairs that go down, rather than just like what effectively could be a swastika stairs. Like, a one-way stairs that go down from each side. I want to have like the stairs going down on both sides. So, up. That. So yeah, I'll have it like this. What would it look like on the other side? Did I do that right? Is that good enough? I think that's good enough. It's only intended to go down into... Yeah, that feels good. I like that. Actually, I think keep some of the ice down here. Kind of give it a vibe of like, was it Hoth from Star Wars? Don't remember which one it was. These do need to be close, though. Yeah, that'll work. Now I gotta set up the other ones. I probably don't have enough concrete. Rough cement right there. Looks good. Looks good. I'll actually just clear out the entirety thing down here, and then just replace the ice up back down. Aesthetic better. Pirates. Come at me. I wonder if it's possible I could build a fighting position. Like have some kind of path where they intentionally follow. Good so far? Where are you? Where did they drop off at? Oh, I see him. I see him. Over here, homies. They're gonna come after me? You're just gonna lollygag? They want me to come down there. Getting up really close to this weapon works best. Uses up a lot of power, but it's usually better than dying. Oh, you got a rocket launcher, homie. That would no. Don't do that. Ow, don't do that. It's fine. Where'd the other guy go? Are you harassing the locals? Oh my god, he shot his window out. Did I pick up his window? No, your window's just gone. Sorry about the window. And your repairing bench is ironically broken. So, group of pirates is constantly attacking us. Yo, same. Where is that? I think it's that marker right there. rocket launcher. I'll replace this all with ice. Holding level up. Okay.
Hey man,
Oh, people! Yo, what's up?
it's me. It's me.
How are you living?
I am living right now with a lot of pain in my heart. It hurts a lot.
Yeah. Compared to the game, you are like very quiet. Let me bring you up a.
Say,
So Apollo.
are you a professional
Oh, yeah, what's
stalker?
up?
No, I was told to join.
You
Yep.
were told to join? Wait, why?
By the one and only me.
Okay, well, we got a party here now. Why not?
Yes, we do.
This makes me realize just how loud the game actually is. Oh.
Damn. I'm gonna be muted, so
Yeah, no
What?
problem.
good
Where
luck.
are you going, boy?
Leveling up my goal.
Boy, what you
Leveling
mean
up.
muted? But I want you here for a reason. I don't want you here to sit quiet.
My apologies.
Yep.
Are you flexing on Hollow? You show them your stuff and things?
I'm flexing? Flexing what? Flexing these nuts?
I meant
Yep.
like Hollow or a Swede showing off his character.
You gotta look at
Ah,
my character, man.
my apologies, I should.
You ready?
Hmm.
Is it no
Don't
longer
mind
loud?
all of the porn on my screen.
What?
You know, got lots of that.
Jesus,
Is
that's
your
a lot of
public?
fucking tabs!
Damn, bro, and it's all porn. Bro, I used to have free operas open, and they all had this many tabs, if not more. But I closed 2 of them, so that's nice.
Oh my god. I just saw it now.
This is all from the, you see, Pathfinder.
That's all Nethus?
Yeah, basically.
Why do you have so many tabs?
I don't know. I feel like if I remove them, I'm gonna forget about them forever. I'm like that. If I put clothes in a drawer, then I will forget that they exist. So I need to have them here because they
Interesting.
might come in use, you know?
I've jokingly
Uh-huh.
had that with the Hun. I often say the reason why I randomly walk up like or into a room and just poke her and then just walk away is just I have to reconfirm that she exists.
And she's real.
Did that about every 8 hours.
Nice.
All right.
Okay.
So before we do the leveling up thing really quick,
Mm.
let me just make sure Myra and the others aren't here. Cool. Okay. Let's pretend that they don't hear this. Your special relic that you're getting here. I had some just scenarios that I was working with in my head at work and just kind of like doing some calculations like how this would play out, when you would use it, that kind of thing, or at least the first minor power. And it occurred to me after doing these simulations in my head, it's weak.
It's weak?
It's very okay, But when
Okay.
I went back over all the other powers, that actually seemed relatively consistent. They're all unique type of things that could give you new flavor, new types of ways to go about doing things. Which is cool. I absolutely love that kind of thing. But sometimes some things might not be good enough that you might be going like, as cool as this is and really gives a vibe to your character, probably not going to use it.
Yeah.
Case in point, the one that you chose is basically about on par as a cantrip. It's 2 actions, does a certain amount of damage on a basic save. It's basically like a cantrip on a spellcaster. Which, now that you're level 4, doesn't quite work with your character. Once you start using it and you realize how little damage it does for 2 actions, it might start to feel underwhelming. That's what I got from the simulations I saw in my head. So then I got started thinking, I'm like, okay, that would be kind of, feel a little bit unfortunate. You want this like cool ability. You want to shine. You want to use it every once in a while to be like, hey, this is who my character is. How do I do that? Well, simplest way, make number go up. If it's stronger, obviously you're going to use it. If it's stronger, you're always going to use it and not do anything else. So that's not how you do it. What's a better way that I go about doing it? What if I try making it variable? As a ranger class specifically, as your base class, you're quite versatile. You can fill in a lot of different holes, whether it be debuffs, dishing out damage in a short period of time, doing tank or defenses kind of stuff, doing skill checks, just all sorts of stuff. You're fit a lot of holes whenever it is you need. I'm like, what would be the perfect thing is making a 3 action type ability. Kind of similar to like the heal spell and the harm spell. What's the other one? Magic missile, or whatever it's called, force barrage. Depending on the amount of actions you use on it, will change its effect. I'm like, oh, that's perfect. I really like those type of things. It's really cool. So what if I started working on a version of this ability where if you use 1, 2, or 3 actions on it, it'll have different types of effect. Which was really cool. I had something kind of going on there. Like if it does this, you could set up for doing this one first because you just want to use 1 action on it to combo up, or just fill in that extra hole in your 3rd action. Then eventually I started going over this. I'm like, actually, I don't think this is actually what I want. I don't quite remember what I started arguing with myself was. It was like one of those ones after like 4 hours, 8 hours, whatever. I went back over on it, give it a shower thought, if you will. And I was like, I don't quite like it. It's not quite what I want. So I revised it again. And after working on it this like 3rd or 4th time, finally clicked in, and I think I actually like it.
What is it?
It's not how I adjusted it. It's not going to be overpowered. You're not going to use it all the time, but you'll definitely find cases where you will want to use it, at least about once per session. And it's versatile as well. It's got variables. You got options. And most importantly, it's tailored to you to help you feel like your character.
Ooh la la.
Which are what relics are for. They're a storytelling power type stuff. Pog. So here is what it is now. I have it saved in... Where did I save it? Player relics. Spoiler alert. Other players are going to get relics at some point.
They're gonna what?
Nothing. I didn't say that other players are going to be getting relics. You didn't hear that?
Nope.
I just got to
Heard nothing.
set up special stuff with them. But you didn't hear that. You're gonna be the test, I guess. You're gonna get yours first. I'm gonna run through a couple sessions and see how it works. So I'm gonna send you this text file. I guess that'll be the best way I can go about doing that. Not on the general. I gave it a name, by the way.
Let's see.
That's gonna be
text
the
here?
object. It's called, what was it? Zeal of the Severed King is basically
Whoa.
this magic item name.
Should I read it out loud, or is that dangerous?
I don't think all the other players are here, so you're welcome to read out loud if you like, or not. Your voice style sounds
Yeah,
pretty
how about that?
crisp.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read it.
Yeah.
Death Gaze, minor gift. It has the void tag. Activate 2 actions. Concentrate, manipulate. Effect, you stare, causes a creature's flesh to rot and wither away. Target a creature that you see within 30 feet. You stare deals 1d6 void damage to the creature for every 2 levels of the relic. Your level. It's a basic fortitude save. If it's on an undead creature or other creatures with void healing, it does healing instead. It's exactly the same. In addition, after which you may do one of the following as part of the activation.
Okay.
So you may choose also as part of the 2 actions and the void damage. Zeal, you stride closer to the target. So for 2 actions, you cause void damage to them and can stride toward them.
Ooh.
As a aggressive show of force. I did all of these in thematic of Yudursus. I was doing a lot of research on what would feel thematic towards this deity, because this is a tool or embodiment of the connection there. Next up is Might. So 2 actions cause void damage, and you can grab them or shove them. Multiple attack penalty still applies here, but this basically allows you to get a free grapple or shove as part of it.
If I'm correct, Death Gaze doesn't activate multiple attack penalty?
Nope, it is a saving throw.
Awesome.
Or more specifically, it doesn't have the attack trait within its tag.
Yeah.
All it has is Void, Concentrate, and Manipulate. Next up is Indulgence. Temporary HP equal to half the damage dealt. So you just steal a bit of their soul to help bolster you. I should clarify. Zeal, Might, Indulgence, and Ambition are actually pulled from the wiki page. These are the subdomains of the deity.
Oh.
That's
Hell yeah.
I did not randomly choose those names. Those were the subdomains of the deity. And last but not least, the Ambition one, I'm very proud of. I like this one. So after you deal void damage, make a will save against your own DC. If you fail, you become doomed 1. Or increase your doomed condition. On a success, all of your attacks deal an additional 1d4 poison damage until you either are unconscious or have a night's rest.
Oh.
So you siphon a bit of their life force here, and you have to basically not be too ambitious. You need to have a decent save here and be conscious about your wits. Otherwise, the part of the life force that you pull is either going to give you an empowerment. You deal additional poison damage basically for the rest of the day, or you become doomed. Do you know what that condition means?
No.
It reduces your dying threshold. So by default, you die once you hit dying 4. If you are doomed 1, that reduces it down to 3. If you are doomed 2, it reduces it down to 2.
Mm.
So yeah, well, basically when you use the ambition, there's a chance that you increase the likelihood that you die.
So when I roll a will save against my own DC, I am an expert in will. I have a +10. Would that be first I make a roll against, or do I make a roll against 20?
So this uses the whole ability in general uses either your class DC or your spellcasting DC, whichever is higher. I was about to say because you don't have a spellcasting, but it just occurs to me you do actually.
But I mean when I use ambition.
That too. It'll use the same DC as like the main ability.
Oh, okay.
So your class DC is basically what's going to go after. Is going to be 10 plus your level plus your class ability, which I think you chose Dex.
Probably.
More specifically, you can easily see it from your character sheet. There'll be a part that says what your class DC is.
Hmm.
Quite often, class DCs actually don't really come up for most characters. It's just like a if nothing else is applicable, use this kind of thing.
Okay, I really like this. Because you are right, it was pretty weak before. But now it feels better. Okay,
It's not
seal?
stronger in terms of damage, but it has great action economy for you to do other things in addition to damage.
Yeah. The seal option, it says stride closer to your target. Is that 30 feet?
So the
Or
way it's
5?
worded basically means you perform the stride action, or did I write that?
Nice.
I wrote stride, right?
Yeah, stride closer to the target.
Yep, you perform the stride action. So your full distance.
Hell yeah. That's really good.
Here it is. Your class DC is 18. So if you use ambition, you'll be making a will save against that right there. Which actually, because you're level 4, that should increase by 1.
Yeah, it's 19 now.
That's
I'm
19.
building it in Wanderer's Guide at the moment.
Yeah, let's head back onto that. Let's see what you got going on over here.
I get to pick a ranger feat, a skill feat, and an archetype feat.
Your screen is so wide.
It is, yeah. I have a very big monitor. You want a picture of my monitor? Wait, let me show you.
I can almost kind of see it, like if like I'm stretching kind of like with my hands. I'm pretending that my computer is putty and just pulling out my monitor. Like that's got to be huge.
It's pretty, yeah, it's more than half of my desk. Let me show you.
I was gonna say,
Sent you a
why is it
picture.
standing up? Oh, never mind. Can I rotate
It's-
that? I don't know if I can rotate that. You got 2 of them?
Two monitors. They're both
Wait,
pretty big.
are those curved?
Yes.
Fancy.
I'll give you an upright photo right now. Here you go.
Thank you. My neck was hurting. There we go.
You can see how little the actual like how little of the screen is actually just stats and the rest is just background.
I feel like this would be so jarring for me getting used to that resolution.
It was in the beginning, yeah.
At some point, I imagine you'd
But
get used to it, but
yeah.
if I tried getting one of those types of monitor, it would be like, I don't know if I like this.
I got it as a gift. So
It's a
that was very
dope
nice.
gift.
Okay, should I start with the ranger feat here?
Yes. I was working with my Lil, and that's pretty much where I thought was best spot to start with.
Hmm.
So when you hit a higher level in anything, take your class for example, and you get to choose a class feat, you will have access to level 4 class feats, but that doesn't mean that you can't take earlier ones.
Hmm.
Generally speaking, higher level feats are going to be probably stronger. Probably.
Yeah.
But the option's always there. Could you do me one small favor?
Yeah.
Make the screen less small. Just hold control and zoom in.
I'll zoom in. How do I zoom in?
Hold control and scroll.
Doesn't work for me.
Does it?
No. I can do it like this. If you want.
I mean, it's still just as big, but it's a
Oh,
smaller
right.
window now.
Right. It's like, oh, that's not how you did it.
Maybe control plus or alt plus.
The thing about this though, it says use control and plus, but I have a Swedish keyboard. So it's not the same.
Oh wait, I can't look at your keyboard.
Here, zoom.
I mean, it looks pretty
Is
similar to a standard keyboard.
this better?
Oh, yeah, that's much better. Thank you, thank you.
Awesome.
Also, I realize no one can see this on stream. All right, no
My
prawns,
keyboard
please.
is similar to yours, but I have 3 extra keys that have to fit in. So, you and me, we press different stuff to get to plus and minus and stuff like that.
Huh.
Can you guys give me 5 minutes? 1 sec.
I was actually about to say I'm gonna go try grabbing a coffee really quick.
Awesome.
I wanna get brain cooking a little bit better. Quick,
Yeah,
Kirby.
you do that. I'll take my break. 1 sec.
Hello, Squish. All right, I'm back. My coffee looked like it's separated. But after I just kind of like moved it around a little bit, I think it unseparated. It was probably safe to drink. Anyway, what's going on with you, Hollow? I don't know if you have us muted or something.
I'm here. I'm here.
What's going on?
Nothing really. I'm playing Dead by Daylight. Bought a new killer. trying him out basically.
Who you running now?
I've been playing it. I'm playing the ghoul from Tokyo Ghoul.
I recognize that name.
I just bought him, so I'm
That's an anime,
first
right?
time playing as him. Yes.
I just took a drink of my coffee.
Hmm. Yeah.
I might
What's
have
what's wrong with
poisoned
the copy?
myself. I feel like I just drank someone's vomit.
Oh, that's not good.
It's excruciatingly disgusting for some reason. I feel very nauseous. Like, it just immediately. I need some palate cleansers. There's something really wrong with that. Whew. I'll update everyone if I die tomorrow.
You just gotta e-bomb.
I, I don't know. There's something extremely wrong with whatever I just drank. Like, it's not right at all. Uh, just muted myself to do a quick cough, and it
Damn.
started to activate
Is it
my
that bad?
gag reflex.
Throw that shit out.
I definitely will, but like,
Sup?
Hello.
I just drank poison.
You drank poison?
I don't know what's wrong with my coffee. I have a potential guess, but I basically just, yeah.
I'm sorry
TLDR,
to hear that.
I muted myself really quick to cough, and it activated my gag reflex. Like, it was so bad for some reason. I don't know what's wrong with my coffee.
I know I just came back, but I need to pee. 1 sec.
Oh, okay.
How goes Mel's server? Has he done any of the like lore stuff that he was talking about?
Yeah. I mean, not. No. I was gonna say yeah, but no, he hasn't. He's been really working on it. He does the builds he has done. They are there. They exist. But no, he hasn't been doing anything.
I hope he follows through with it. He definitely strikes me as the
It's,
kind of person that kind of like frequently jumps from one thing to the next.
yeah. I mean, he's working on so much stuff, but at the same time, he's like, I don't want to do this. Hmm.
These chips that I picked up are surprisingly really good. It was like one of those like displays that you see at the grocery store. It's like, new flavor of Lay's.
Yeah.
It's Valentina and lime. I don't know what Valentina is.
Me neither.
Showing a picture of like some kind of hot sauce. Mexican hot sauce. Salsa
Interesting.
picante? I definitely butchered that. But like this thing
Oh.
totally tastes like something I've had at a Mexican restaurant before. Like there's a weird sense of I recognize the flavor.
I mean, I guess the flavor is doing good then.
Oh yeah, it's really good. I'd probably pick up another one. Did you, I assume you saw the art that Lil made, right?
Yeah, it's really good. I like it.
Do you recognize like who is in the picture?
Uh, I see the red boy. I see Myra. Uh, Myra's sitting on like a fucking big stone thingy. I haven't seen her character. So I was thinking maybe she's like some kind of summoner.
So there's Alari, it's Lil's character. There's Amber's character, first character. Amber's on third character now. There's Thask, Swede.
Mm.
Mochi is Myra's character.
Uh
And then there's your character. That's the giant golem thing.
Oh, I did not recognize.
Apparently, Lil didn't really look up that much into your character, or at least just went off of like names or vibes, and she constantly pronounced it as golem, or just like
Yeah.
a French golem. It's golema. I didn't get to update her, I guess, in time to clarify it's not actually a golem. It just kind of sounds like that. But not too late. You're just one massive hunk of a dude, apparently.
Just
I kinda
fucking
vibe with
big ass golem.
It kind of like, as far as like the artwork goes, it kind of like, it works.
It's nice, yes. I just didn't really know that was me.
I was able to guess it fairly quickly with the like head shape. I recognize that's the like multi-eye thing going on there.
Mm.
What I didn't know, and I'm still actually I don't know, is the shadow type thing in the back with like the ghostly eye kind of thing going on.
It looks like a JoJo character.
I asked Lil, "What is that?" And I don't know if I can show her response on screen. Basically said Swede would know. She didn't give any additional context. So I don't know what Swede knows that I don't. JoJo is like an anime, right?
Yes, that's what I was thinking about, like a JoJo stand. Like, what kind of JoJo stand is there?
Hello, gang.
Hello,
Oh,
hello.
yo, what's up? I was talking about the artwork here that Lil made, and it's just still very funny to me that Hollow's in here as basically a golem, because Lila didn't really quite know what a golem was. It sounds
That's
like
me,
golem, that's probably
Sweden.
what it is.
That's supposed to be you.
Yeah.
They didn't research what a Galoma looks like.
Nope. Just went off to vibes. Sounds like
It's you,
golem, so
Ola, that's
probably
you.
that.
Golema.
So I also had no idea, and I still don't know what this is in the background. The like shade thing. When I asked Lo what it is, she responded quite simply, "Swede would know." No additional context. So apparently you know what's in the background of this image.
What?
Feel free to
I would
enlighten me.
know. Well, I can't enlighten you. Maybe it has something to do with red sinews.
I
don't
mean,
know. Why would I know?
exactly. Why you?
Yeah.
Hollow was saying it could be a JoJo reference, which I don't know anything about.
The eye looks like Jacksepticeye. No way.
She said the like framing here is supposed to look like someone opening up a door.
hmm It looks really good.
Yeah, aside from like whatever reference is going on in the background, I really love it. All right, popping back to your stuff and things here.
hmm
I haven't looked over any of this stuff. I've been spending a lot of time trying to help out Lil's character. I made like a new spot in the character sheet. I literally put a like ability in there that says these give you panache and then I made a bunch of abilities underneath that section of like all the things specifically that Ilari gets panache from. So it's much more visually clear and very apparent exactly how panache is set up. That should help any confusions, because like last couple games I was happening a couple times like that's not how that works. So it should be a lot more clearer and smoother now. All right, so I suppose I could look at some of these on my end. Let me bring up a new tab. Surely my computer can handle about 30 tabs. Where is your ranger? Fits. Let's go to level 4s. Oh, there's quite. Oh my god, there's a lot of level 4s. Okay. Hopefully we can shave that down. Okay, I see a couple rare tag ones. Those probably can be removed. I'll just kind of like read off random ones here. Feel free to like go along or just follow or not.
hmm
Advanced Warden, Prerequisite Initiate Warden. So this is if you want Warden spells. So these are like focus spells. Think of like a like half caster druid, if that makes sense. So you can't take Advanced Warden. You would have to take Initiate Warden first if you want like druid spells, basically. Or they're not actually druid spells. Most focus spells, if not all, are very exclusive. Like all of the focus spells that you can get as a ranger are ranger spells exclusive. Next up, Companion's Cry. Prerequisite, you need an animal companion. You can pick up an animal companion from, I think it's a level 1 feat if you want. Disrupt Prey. Reaction. Trigger, your hunted prey is within reach, and it uses a manipulate action, uses a move, or leaves a square. Make a melee strike against the prey. If the attack is a crit, you disrupt the triggering action. Okay, so it's a reactive strike, or attack of opportunity. As long as they are your prey. That's a disrupt prey. It's actually like slightly better than reactive strike. Because if the attack is a crit, it sounds like you stop them from doing whatever they're about to do.
Yeah.
Interesting. Farshat. There's no descriptor on this one besides its description. Your experience in the field has taught you how to focus and aim your distance, increasing your accuracy. Double your weapon's range increment. You ever wanted to hit from a mile away? Farshat's got you covered.
I can't.
DM sitting here thinking, how am I going to make a battle map 500 voxels long? This is definitely like theater of the mind type a feat here. Still cool. What's that? Fabarb. Okay, when you see feats that have like someone's name in it or some kind of faction, generally you could probably skip these. You don't have to. Or it's like this, for example, access. Member of the Pathfinder Society. You can ignore that if you want. I don't really play by these. There's one for Alari as a... Oh, Amp, yo, what's up? Hello, can you turn your mouse click down a bit? I like the mouse clickies. What was I saying? Oh yeah, if something says like uncommon or rare, technically you would have to kind of ask first, especially if it's rare. You can't take a rare without asking DM first.
Yeah.
And if it says like member of a certain faction or group or area or whatever, I just ignore those. Trigger, what is this? It's a reaction. Lots and lots of descriptors. Flavor, thank you, Paizo. Plus 2
Have you seen
circumstance
the
to
hunted
AC.
shot?
Wait, was it?
A hunted shot.
Where are you
I
reading
make
this
2
from?
quick shots against the one you hunt. Make 2 strikes against your prey with the required weapon. If both hit the same creature, combine their damage for the purpose of resistance and weakness. Apply your multiple attack penalty to each strike. So I get two attacks for 1 action.
Make 2 strikes
But with my bow.
Yeah, it's basically like twin strike, but with ranged weapon.
Nice.
Not clicking
I
unmuted.
really like that.
I heard your clicking earlier, Hollow. I have nothing wrong with your clicking.
I like clicking.
I do it all day. Favored prey? Hey, it's old school D&D. Favored prey. With the power of racism at your side, you can strike down your foes. You have studied a specific type of wild creature and can hunt it more easily. When you gain this feat, choose animals, beasts, dragons, or both fungi and plants as your favored prey. Okay, so you can't choose like certain humanoids. Oh, they removed the power of racism.
Damn it.
It was so funny. Back in like Pathfinder First Edition and D&D Third Edition, the hunter base feature. I don't know if you know this one, so I'm just gonna waffle on this. One of the base features of the hunter was hunt prey, and at level 1 or level 2 or whatever, you had to choose who was your favored terrain and your favorite or favored prey, and it would have all the different choices there, like animals, dragons, beasts, um, plants, all those types of groups and whatnot. And it said, with the exception of humanoid, because humanoid was way too broad of a choice and usually would be like the first one that people would choose.
Yeah.
So instead of choosing humanoid, you had to choose a sub category such as elf or dwarf or human, etc., etc. So you literally, at level 1 hunter, I specifically hate elves and I'm going to seek them out to kill them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Racism. I think I'm gonna pick this one, Hunted Shot.
so funny.
Because
Uh,
that means I can hunt prey. Um, then I can do like an intimidating glare or something like that. And then still shoot twice for one action. And I've been I've been shooting from range a lot recently.
that is true. That is true. So you'll have both like a melee and ranged kind of thing. That's
Yeah,
probably not bad. Makes you, once again, as a ranger, very versatile.
for real, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pick that for now. Hunted Shot.
I'm curious to go through the rest of these things. Just really quick. Giant Hunter is rare. Green Witch Initiate is rare. Haft Striker Stance? Oh, it's a stance. Two-handed Hammer, Spear, Polearm. This is if you want to, probably Flurry kind of ranger there. Irizoko Tattoo? Oh, this is all classes. Monk, Oracle, Psychic, Ranger, etc. Natural Conduit. Exit Warden spells. You don't have those. Running Reload. You can reload your weapon and move. Okay. Step, stride, or sneak, and then interact. So, better action economy if you're using a reload weapon. Scouting Warning. You are about to roll a perception or survival for initiative. Get a +1 to initiative or +2 if you're scouting. And then something else. All right, cool. Snare specialists. Snares, Pog. Crafting snares. That's pretty cool. Twin parry. So for one action, if you're dual wielding, you can basically do shield block without a shield. And wolf in sheep's clothing. With a bit of hide, some antlers, and some cast off fur, you can create a disguise that will fool even an experienced hunter. So what you're saying is we're trying to get shot ourselves.
yeah.
You
That was
can
funny.
impersonate creatures with the animal, beast, or plant traits. I am a tree. Tree powers activate. So long as they are either the same size or one size larger than you. How big is a tree? So when you try to pretend to be a tree, don't be too big of a tree, and then it'll just work. Where was I? And you have a body shape that confirms at least vaguely of your own. Yada yada yada. Impersonating a larger creature doesn't change your actual size. Okay, so TLDR, you gain the created disguise, but you can look like an animal, a beast, or a plant. That's actually not that bad, depending on how creative you are. Not everyone can look like a tree. All right. So you're going with the twin shot, or what is it called? It's not twin shot. It's the other one.
Hunted shot.
Hunted shot. Hunter's aim. Hunted shot. There it is. Wielding a ranged weapon with reload 0. You take 2 quick shots against the one you hunt. Make 2 strikes. If both hit the same creature, combine their damage for the person's resistances. That's pretty cool. So if both shots hit, my multi-pack penalty still applies. But if both attacks hit, let's say if it has resistance 5, and say both of your attacks hit and you do like, 8 damage per shot, instead of like 3 damage on the first, 3 damage on the second, that would be 8 plus 8 is 16, minus 5 from the resistance. So that's 11 damage instead of 6. Because when something has resistance against something, hit them harder. Just because something has resistance to fire doesn't mean you can't burn it more. What is this one you're on now? Skill feats. This one I'm actually not sure what Lil's gonna take.
Yeah.
She's been kind of like here and there about doing crafting. So I made the suggestion idea, like, if you want to do alchemical crafting, making potions, you do have to take that. Now would be a chance to that. If you want to make magic items, now is also a time to do that. You can take magic crafting. Technically, you can actually craft anything else. Like, if you want to make mundane items, that's always on the table. And just because something is mundane doesn't mean it's bad. It's just you can't magically craft things. What kind of options show up for you? Acupuncture? I wonder how bad acupuncture would be for me. I tend to be quite jittery. All of the animal. Why does this ring a bell? By the way, a number of these skill feats will definitely seem quite underwhelming or not that useful. If you like the style or kind of feel one of these might give, even if it seems underwhelming, I do not mind making any kind of like slight changes to make it actually worth getting. Okay. I don't mind that at all. Both of us are cooking at the same time here. Was there any level 4 skills that show up?
I made it so the filters only show 4th level, but I've seen some of these before.
I would remove the 4th level one just in case. The filter on Wanderer's Guide just tends to be kind of weird. As long as you have the meat prerequisites, that'll be fine.
Yeah.
I
I removed the 4th level, nothing happened.
The majority of skill feats are at level 1, so that's why you're going to see all of these here. Usually the only reason why they're going to be a higher level is because it potentially could be relatively powerful at earlier levels, so that's why they're going to be a higher level. For the most part, skill feats are just like unique ways of like what's the word put on this? Gives you new interactions with the environment, new ways that you can try engaging with things. They're not really going to give you bigger number. Like, you're not going to do more damage, you're not going to have a higher armor class, etc., etc. But it'll allow you to do new types of things. Every time I see favored XYZ, I always think hunter. It's like,
yeah,
that's the word. Favored terrain, favored something target. What was it? Favored enemy. That's it.
some of these are so weird.
Yes, absolutely. Inject serum. Injected with the poison. I can't but think, looking at Hobnobber, I'm always so default in many games where, like, if you can add a skill point or unlock something or etc., increasing inventory size somehow in games, I'm always gunning for that. Because I know myself, I'm like a hardcore, like, hoarder in games, so I just want to loot stuff. Weirdly enough, I never take the hefty hauler for my characters. Because that's basically what that is. Like, you want more inventory space, hefty hauler.
I just had my first game as the ghoul. Got a 4K and more in the last one.
Hell yeah.
And do you know what map I was in Sweden?
What?
The inside map, the research, the lab.
Oh, the one with the upstairs?
Yeah. The ghoul on that map. That was so hard to play.
Good job.
What's the average? You said 4K. Like, what am I looking at there?
There's 4 survivors.
4K means you killed everyone.
Oh.
Yes.
And you win.
GG.
I'm probably gonna get versed against really good players and then just they'll beat my ass.
That reminds me what was that game called? RoboCraft 2 went out of business and shut down Oh, it was so upsetting. It was like the only PvP game that I actually liked playing.
They tried to make a second game and it failed.
They So Robocraft 2 unfortunately was a bit too different from the original one. And like it flopped so hardcore they delisted it and then redid it and then came out with what was it, Robocraft 2 remastered or something like that, and they
Mm.
basically made like a copy but like better version of Robocraft 1. They were trying to like re-cater to old people. And then like I could go on such a hardcore tangent about that. I can't stand when fans of a game don't like a like sequel because it's not like the first one.
Mm.
Like
I mean, I don't understand the PoE2 hate.
I can see some in there. It's not all the same though. It all comes from different camps. One being like in general, action RPGs, modern action ARPGs, I should clarify, are very fast. It's very fast paced where you're just zip zooping all over the place, deleting everything on screen. I can't do that. I'm too slow. I'm just I can't do fast zipping things. That's one of the ones. They're trying to make PoE2 much more methodical, more you see this special attack coming up, it's going to kill you. You have to move out of the way.
Yeah.
That was never a thing in Path of Exile 1. Like, at all. It was just run up to the boss, do your combo, or just stand there and punch it till it dies. That was the entirety of Path of Exile 1.
I don't know. To be honest, I found the second one a bit more fun than the first.
Same here. The other ones, the more recent one I can kind of see. I like the crafting system in Path of Exile 1 and 2. It's not the best crafting system. I think, what's it called? Last Epoch takes the cake on best crafting system, but nonetheless, uh, in terms of crafting in PoE2, it just doesn't feel like it's often enough. I'm constantly starving for, say, exalts, let alone the many other crafting items that I never use. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like,
You're back
how
one
many
sec.
different types of crafting the items are there? There's quite a few, and I never use them because they're just too rare.
Like, so there was a time when I was like, oh my god, I remember this thingy in a hideout that you can add like stats to your armors and stuff. And I went onto PoE2 and I was like, hold on, that's not in this game?
Oh yeah, and they haven't
I was,
added that yet.
I was like,
That's
oh,
it's very important because that's like a guaranteed affix or ability onto an item.
yeah.
Yeah, I think they just need to like really work on the whole crafting system in PoE2. They're probably trying to finish all the core stuff first, like get out all of the classes, all the ascendancies and whatnot, before they add in any expansions onto the crafting system. Which I can kind of almost like put on my tinfoil hat and suspect. I could theory craft some crafting type stuff that they'll add in the distant future, such as the fact that they changed how virtue gems work. That's the skill gems and the support gems. They're called virtue. They are created from chaos and nightmares, which I'm not talking like literal chaos or literal nightmares. These are like physical, tangible like quantities.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here.
Say like, you know, 2
Welcome
cups
back.
of beer, 2 cups of nightmare. These were created from the beast. The beast used to be a thing that was underneath a mountain, and after a very long time, like several millennia or something, for decades, hundreds of years. Let's go with that. It just kept on spreading throughout the mountain and then eventually throughout the lands, and would spread its like corruption almost literally. It was basically like just altering things, kind of like the Vol orbs. When you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
a corruption on an item, it completely randomly changes it. It could be really bad. It could be extremely OP. It could add on additional stuff that items normally can't do. It just fully corrupts an item, and then it's permanently locked into that. That's basically what happened to the world. Uh, and then in PoE 1, you end up go and kill the beast. You also kill whatever ascended deity that used the beast. That's a whole lore I'm not going to go into. um, but now there's a new beast that Sin created, which basically exited stage right at the end of Act 2, and that was like, we're going to go do something else now. When they release the rest of the acts, I would not be surprised if they add another 10 acts total. At some point, I can, again, tinfoil hat, just me just making up shit here, suspect that you'll be making use of the beast to modify and craft virtue gems. Like, you'll change properties of the skill. I think that would be so dope and very lore accurate, actually.
Sorry, I
Again,
just got into a game, so I'm gonna be losing
alright, what's
focus
up?
on the conversation.
I should go back to Sweet over here. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. I am pretty confused what to pick here, though.
Unsure what to take?
Hmm.
I noticed that you popped back over to here, Bon Mott. That is actually a kind of popular one. Second
Okay.
to, what is the other one called? I forget what it's called, but there's one that allows you to basically use combat maneuvers against, like, gargantuan creatures. That's another popular one, just because it's simple and kind of powerful, but not,
Mm.
because it's not like you're often encountering gargantuan creatures. Oh, Amio. Hey, Ice, I may or may not be here on Friday. Might not be able to play. Okay, no problem. Depending on how the setup is for Friday, might not be a game. Work has scheduled me all week today, or this week, and next week, because it's not like I have an availability. Grins. Winks. Unfortunate, but KSRL. I need the money anyway. Implausible infiltration.
Yeah, this is 18.
Oh my god, that's level 18. That's not gonna happen. I mean, I
Yeah,
would
no.
love for this game to get like into end game stuff, but
Mm.
that's not gonna be for a very long time, if it ever
Yeah.
happens. Life changes.
I
People.
kind of like the tame animal.
Wait, what is that?
I can tame a wild animal that isn't actively hostile. Mm, and it'll follow me around for a month.
That's pretty cool. You're not gonna go tame a snack, are you? Would that be too on the nose?
A snake? Well,
Let's see, what does it got going on here? It sounds pretty great for like any character in theory. Animals
can you read
born
it?
and raised far from humanoid settlements rarely get along with two-legged beings, whom they assume to be dangerous predators. In spite of this, you know to approach and entrust a wild animal so that it's more receptive to your presence and requests. To use this feat, choose a wild animal that isn't actively hostile to you and which isn't confined to an area smaller than its speed in diameter. Wait, what? It's not hostile and it is not confined to an area smaller than its speed. Basically saying a wild animal by the sound of it.
Yeah.
Attempt a nature check against the DC determined by the GM. Usually it's will DC. Circumstance, okay. This attempt usually takes about an hour. You can perform it in 10-minute increments. Wait, you can perform 10 minutes if you have expert nature. Oh, no, okay, increases faster. And tomato in there, it still sounds like a exploration type activity either way. Okay, so on a fail, if you roll under their will save, you fail to make any kind of meaningful impression on the animal. It does that question mark emoji and tilts its head, and then just digs a hole, I guess. On a success, same as crit, but the effect lasts for 1 month. If you or an ally teach the animal a basic action during this time, the train animal skill feat, the effect is permanent. Okay. So yeah, you just get like a buddy.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun. You can just do it just about anything in theory. Well, actually, I have to redact that. You literally can't use it on anything so long as it is a beast or animal, and you can roll high enough. You could try taming a Tyrannosaurus Rex. You're probably not going to roll high enough.
Yeah. Or maybe.
Or maybe you can just be a legend and roll a 20. You'd probably fail, but it would step it up to a success.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like fun.
It is pretty fun. Can I just like tame like a bunch of animals like and have them at the same time? Create an army?
Rules
An army
as
of
written,
snakes.
I don't remember any reason why not. Click on Tame Animal. Oh, hey, Will. Yo, what's up? Press B to blow. Who are we blowing? I hate myself for overslept and alarm didn't woke you up. Well, it sounds like you needed the sleep anyway. Imagine sleeping normally. Wait, it's 2 o'clock right now. Amber, did you just wake up?
It's 8:30. Or 7:30 for him?
7:30. So he probably woke up about an hour ago. Like an hour and a bit ago. He nailed it. Yeah. Hey, that's consistent by the sound of it, so that means it's actually your schedule.
This one I
The
liked.
what is this one? Glad Hand? I don't know this one. First impressions are a strong suit. When you meet someone in a casual or social situation, you can immediately attempt a diplomacy check to make an impression on that creature rather than needing to converse for 1 minute. If you fail, you can engage in 1 minute conversation, attempt a new check. Okay, so like every time when you like talk to an NPC or just encounter anyone just casual, like there's no threat environment or whatever,
Yeah.
you can use diplomacy to immediately step it up by actually I can show you more specifically that deets.
They will feel my aura
What
and
are they
like me.
called? What are effects called? Poison conditions, that's it. Conditions. So under conditions, you can see all the different stuff and things: blinded, broken, clumsy, concealed, etc., including but not limited to attitudes. There is friendly, helpful, hostile, indifferent, and unfriendly. This is a very helpful way to basically manage NPCs or any kind of like basic roleplay type encounters type ones where you're just talking to NPCs. It helps kind of streamline that kind of stuff depending on the skill level of the dungeon master. It kind of is like a bell curve, not a bell curve, like one way or the other. It would be nice to see an order. What if I click on indifferent? No. So usually people are indifferent by default. If not, then they might be unfriendly to you, or they might be friendly to you. To clarify what these means, indifferent, this condition reflects a creature's disposition towards a particular character, and only supernatural effects like a spell can improve the condition on a PC. A
Have we
creature
been
that is
using this?
indifferent. Oh, was that?
Have we been using this system? Yeah. Right?
Kind of. I just use it my back, like the back of my head. I never actually say this stuff out loud.
Yeah.
I have kind of like certain NPCs toggled onto like which attitude they are.
Mm.
I don't say it out loud. I just kind of like run it in back.
Yeah.
A creature that is indifferent to a character doesn't really care one way or another about someone. Assume a character's attitude to a given character is indifferent unless otherwise stated. If they are unfriendly, such as maybe they're just having a bad day, or maybe they're just generally an asshole, or perhaps you lit a Molotov onto their building in a distraction attempt. This condition reflects a creature's disposition towards a particular character, and only supernatural effects can impose a condition. A creature that is unfriendly to a character dislikes and distrusts that character. The unfriendly creature will not accept requests from the character. So you could try asking them of something, but they're just gonna say no. Feel
Yeah.
free to use diplomacy. They're still gonna say no. You would have to then at least step them up to indifferent before you can try requesting anything of them. But if they're one step above indifferent, friendly.
I like this.
Yada yada. It is likely to agree to requests from that character as long as they are simple, safe, and don't cost too much to fulfill. If the character or one of their allies uses a hostile against that creature, the creature gains a worse attitude condition depending on the severity of the hostile action as determined by the GM. And then, last but not least, there is hostile, which is under unfriendly. I guess what hostile is. And then there is helpful, where it's like a better version of friendly. They're definitely reasonable to requests and are willing to spend more effort, yada yada. In theory, that would just like generally make people friendly to you, so you can just
Yeah.
request just anything from random NPCs.
I like that. I like that a lot.
That's very funny.
I'm gonna pick it.
Going with that one.
Yeah.
Now it's worth reminding me that, or mentioning, I probably will forget that you have these. Just like with
Yeah, me too.
everyone's character, everyone has a lot of stuff and things in their character. I forget everyone's stuff and things. So feel free
Yeah.
to just inject. It's like, oh, by the way, I can do this, and they're gonna be like, immediately friendly to me.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, archetype feat. I can add an archetype feat or a dedication.
You cannot do the archetype feat. Click on that, nothing should show up.
Oh, something did.
Wait, something actually shows up?
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Click on go back to the other one. Dedication. I got that the other way around. You cannot do another dedication because you already have one.
Okay.
Why is things showing up?
I know.
Technically, your character has 2 dedications. One of them is a secret, and I have not told the other players about it.
Huh? Uh-huh.
So here you can see you have archetype feats from apparently a caster question mark.
What?
Lily and Amber, close your ears. You don't see what's going on. No spoilers? Exactly. Leave the stream right now. As well as you have access, obviously, to the rogue archetype stuff there as well. So feel free to choose one or the other. Sure, Lil just leaves. I love telling my viewers to never watch my streams.
Get the hell out.
So this would give you level 1 spells.
Hmm? Whoa.
This would give you either a level 1 or level 2 cleric feat. I believe you cannot cast the heal spell. I could be wrong in that, but I don't think you can. Because of
Okay.
your deity's sanctification.
Yeah.
Your deity's favorite weapon is the dagger.
I don't have that.
Technically, you're not using daggers, but also you kind of are. You're using a dagger class weapon or a group. It falls under that. I would say your kookaries can fulfill just for simplicity's thing.
Okay.
Be like
Uh,
your dagger's favorite weapon is dagger because XYZ logical reason, and then saying like, oh, they're actually slightly curved because they're kookery. Oh, because the dagger's slightly curved, they're no longer its favorite weapons just because there's a slight bent in the weapon. It makes no sense. It's still a dagger.
It says increase the damage die size of that weapon by 1 step.
Say, are you a
Sorry, I
professional
had to
stalker?
update Discord.
Pog.
So what
Oh,
would I get, a 1d8? No, 1d12?
when you're wielding your deity's favorite weapon, increase the damage size of that weapon by 1 step. Do you remember what die your weapon is?
No.
Oh wait, did it say simple? I don't think you're using a simple weapon.
With a simple or unarmed. Oh, yeah. True.
Yeah, no. Basically, if you're using a weak weapon, that'll step it up by 1 die. Generally speaking, martial weapons are going to be much better than simple weapons. Castigate. What is castigation?
Something about harm and heal, which I don't have.
This would give you a focus spell based on your domain.
Okay.
Welcome to the new Discord. Remember to buy stocks before moving to a new chat software. What kind of vibe do you got going on here, Lil?
I need to pee 1 sec.
Sounds like your system's really clearing things out. Oh, Lil, do you know what Valentina is? Also, at some point, I'm gonna have like a button where I can like press a button, and this thing is gonna be very cool and thematic, but like swoosh, whoosh, whoosh, and it'll just make this bigger every time I press a button, and then I press a button and it gets really small again. Anyway, I got these the other day because I didn't recognize them. If you did not know, Discord wants to join the open market. I don't really know what that is, which will make commercials and other things into Discord to make money. That doesn't surprise. Commercials are very important in modern day society. Oh my god, wait, you know what this is? I didn't recognize it. Although I must say, yeah, there's. Apparently it's called Do Us a Flavor. There were, I think, 3. There was like 3 or 4. And it said like buy one, get one free. So I got this one, and the other one I got was, what was it? Korean fried chicken, I think it was, is the other bag I have. So I'm trying this one first because I don't know what Valentina is. It's a salsa? Oh, I kind of assume... Wait, is it a salsa? Or is that hot sauce? Do they come in packages, or is it all just in... It's just a bag of chips. It's just another normal bag of Lay's chips, but with like a new weird flavor. Lay's does that like all the time, coming out with new and sometimes very odd flavors. What do you mean, boo? Did you expect it to come with like salsa packets? Imagine opening like a bag of Lay's chips and there's like a salsa packet in it.
I need to go lay down soon.
Right. All right.
Because I'm beginning to feel worse.
Understandable.
I really like
back to this
this.
really quick. Emblazon armament. Carefully etching a sacred image into a physical object. You steal yourself in battle. Expand. Okay. The emblazoned item is a religious symbol of your deity. Wait, what does it do? Oh, okay. If you put the symbol on a weapon, you get just a flat +1 to damage. If you put it on a shield, you get +1 to hardiness. That would be easy if you use shield block. That's not bad. Very simple. It's pretty much like a set it and forget it kind of thing.
Yeah, I like it.
When an ally is reduced to 0 hit points as a reaction, you could stride towards them.
This is very cool.
That would help if you had the ability to heal someone, which you don't.
Yeah.
Oh, I should remind you. The 2 cantrips that you get, if you don't already know, I thought it would be at least ideal to mention this. Because the dedication is a prepared caster, that means you can switch out those cantrips like every day. You're not permanently bound to whatever cantrips you choose. You can change that mana at any point.
Mm, 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 mm.
Swede back this week? Probably not. Also, what do you think, Swede? You think you're gonna be alive Friday?
Yes, I think so.
I was gonna say it's possible that we might have some changes around. We'll see on your end. Amber might not be here this Friday. Pretty common for Amber. Occasionally seems to be busy on Fridays. Actually, yeah. If Euro's still okay by Friday, Swede, it would be the 3 of you. Oh my god, that would be so funny. Cause the first time it was what was it? We didn't have, I think, Lil when Myra joined. It was you, Amber, and Myra. And then it filtered out to like you. So it was Lil, Amber, and Myra. So next week it's gonna be you, Lil, and Myra. It's just like cycling one person out constantly every week.
Yeah.
What does Swede have? You got the COVID? Yeah. Do you know what you got going on?
No clue. But it's in my throat. And it hurts like a bitch to do anything like talking right now.
I will do my best to do all the talking.
Thank you.
You took in like some stereotypical stuff: tea, honey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't forget DEZ.
Wait, why is this OP? Look.
What? Nimble dodge reaction. What do you mean it's OP? Or are you asking, is it? Trigger a creature. Creature target to you with an attack. You can see an attacker. You are not encumbered. You definitely dodge out of the way. Gain a +2 circumstance. Oh, it's basically literally what Lil has. It's a reaction. Get +2 to AC.
Yeah, so someone attacks me and I just get 2 AC.
Circumstance AC, but basically, yeah.
Oh.
So there's different types of bonuses. There's item bonuses. There are technically like attribute bonuses and level ones, but those ones are literally you set it into your character sheet and you forget about it. So TLDR, there's circumstance and status.
Mm.
Lil has a couple different ways to increase armor class, such as raise a shield action and the flashy dodge reaction. Both of them give +2 circumstance AC, which means that she can raise a shield and nimble dodge, but only going to get a total of +2 because they don't stack. It's only going to
Oh,
use the highest of them.
okay.
So you could use this if you don't have any bonuses to your armor class.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh, yo, Mara, it's not OP. It's only for that attack. That is true. It only procs off of the one attack. So if
Yeah.
you're like frontline getting attacked from left, right, and center. But if you're in the back and a stray bullet comes your way, pretty good. By the way, Lil, if you want to pop in chat after Swede here, we can finish setting up your character. Or do you have to go to work in like 10 minutes again? Okay, yeah, let's go. Awesome. Twin Feint, that sounds like it's your style.
It's really good, or kinda.
So 2 actions. Use an attack with one weapon to distract your foe from a second attack coming at a different angle. So you make a strike with each of your 2 melee weapons, both against the same target. The target is automatically off guard against the second attack. It sounds like a better version than your twin strike.
This one is 2 actions, and
Oh, right,
yeah,
yes.
and I would use my first action to make him off guard, and then multiple attack penalty. My second would already be weaker. You know?
Yeah, if you try using that and then go for twin strikes, attack 4 times in one turn.
Yeah.
You're headed. Me? No, not today. I meant you. Every time when I tried tagging you, you're like, okay, for like maybe a couple minutes, but I have to be at work in like a few. It's like every time. Or I'm asleep. I'll message you like, hey, are you free? A couple hours later, I'm in bed. Blame sleep schedule. Hey,
Ooh.
everyone's sleep schedule here seems to be. I'm surprised Swede's sleep schedule is not a mess with what you got going on. I'd be in bed a lot.
I think I'm gonna take this. But so if I pick this, will it give me the option to, yeah. Just a +1 to all my attacks, my damage,
All right.
or all
Very
all
simple,
the
but good.
all the damage that's on that weapon that I choose.
Is that can you do on both your daggers and your weapon?
Um, I can only have it on one weapon.
And And because of the thing here, I assume this would not go on the bow, because if this is coming from your like cleric stuff, it would make much more sense to be on the dagger.
Mm.
I'm imagining you're gonna have like two very different types of weapons, like love and hate kind of thing.
Yeah.
Also looking into things at the moment, looking into feet. Oh, are you just like looking a boot? Are you already done? Nice. That was quite simple.
Yeah.
And thankfully I already sent you the thing earlier today, so they don't know about the thing.
Yeah.
Wink emoji.
Wink.
All right.
I need to lay down.
And I think your also character sheet should be good. If you just increase the
Yeah.
level here, everything will automatically go up. Yeah. Awesome.
Okay, I will see you later.
I shall see you later too.
Yeah.
Go take care of that throat.
I will.
Trying to tear it up.
Bye bye, guys.
07.
Oh, he's just gone. I wasn't paying attention. But I don't think I have a purpose here, so
Yep. I was gonna say you're
I'm
just,
just gonna
yeah,
I'm just gonna go.
All right, later.
Bless you for your business.
Lil, you wanna pop on in?
Good.
I threw myself off so hardcore when I popped in.
Hello, hello.
I forgot I got another, what is it called? Sub, like another a Discord Nitro thing.
Oh,
Because
nice.
I had to follow through on a dumb joke. So I was like, I gotta quickly go get Nitro really quick to follow through this dumb joke. When you spend $10 just to do a funny. Anyway, I'm gonna pop out. Watch this.
And his name is John C.
Hell?
That completely threw me
Nice.
off. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot that's the thing.
Alright, that works.
Hell yeah. All right. Are you
Ugh.
working on your character stuff right now?
Yeah, I was looking through all of the things, sort of the feats that you were telling me about the strat sparkle part, and I'm like, I know there's a lot of things that give me panache. I just want to see which one will give me the most, right away, because I'm not sure about if I want to get the one that uses my reaction. I mean, I'm already tank, yes it is, but still.
So Swede took a level 1 feat.
Mhm.
So just because you can take level 4s now doesn't mean you have to. You still have access to everything before. Traditionally, higher level feats are probably gonna be stronger, but the options are still there. And Swede decided to go with basically the ranged version of Twin Shot. So you know how you can like attack twice for one action with his
Right?
dual blades? He can now do that with his bow. He can shoot twice with one action.
Oh, cool. So it does double the damage?
If they both hit.
As long as they hit. Okay, that makes sense.
In addition, so effectively how it works, for one action, you strike twice, and that's basically it basically just improves your action economy. It allows you to attack twice for one action. But in addition to that, if they both hit and the target has resistance to, let's say, piercing, for example, that only applies once. So you add up the damage and then apply the resistance only once.
Ah.
So, like, for example, if you shot twice and both of them happen to hit, because multi-attack penalty still applies, and let's say both of them do 8 damage, so a total of 16 damage. Normally, that would be like, let's say if they have 5 resistance to piercing, that would reduce the first 8 by 5, and then the second 8 by 5, so that's a total of 6 damage. With this ability, if both of them hit during that, you add it together, so 8 and 8 is 16, and it applies it only once. That does, instead of 6 damage, it's now 11. Right? 8 plus 8 is 16, minus 5 is 11. Yeah.
Yeah, that's 11.
TLDR, he can shoot twice with one action.
Okay. So you can just shoot twice with one. Okay, that's not bad.
And that's a level 1 feat. You didn't choose a level 4.
All right, that's still pretty good though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still stuck in feats trying to find what it will be good.
You want to screen share? Ideally, no porn.
Ah, right. How to screen share again?
I'm sure you'll figure it out. It's me every time when I go do that. Like, how do I do this again?
There you go. I'm just gonna go here. Apply only to pre-requirement.
All right, which one is this one? This one's the skill
Uh,
feats.
This is just the regular feat.
So, Swede found some pretty interesting ones in here. I should reiterate all the stuff I told him. Skill feats usually don't make you stronger. They allow you to do more things. It allows you to engage in the world in a additional way you normally wouldn't be able to. That's the intended design, at least. For example, this is another good example of what isn't exactly. Titan Wrestler tends to be way too common of a pick because it can be perceived as increasing your power. You can now use combat maneuvers on things like slightly bigger than you normally would. So as it stands, you can only do combat maneuvers against things that are one size above. So you're a medium creature, you can use them up to large creatures, but you cannot use, say, trip on a huge creature. With that, you can. I think Bon Mot is also another one. That's a very popular one that people choose a lot.
Bon Mot?
Yeah, Bon Mot.
Does it start with B or does it start without a B?
B.
Bon Mot?
Need to be trained in diplomacy. Yeah, that's a common one I hear about a lot.
Okay, so feats are just things that allow me to do other things.
Yeah, it gives you unique abilities. Like, for example, type in animal.
Animal?
Tame animal.
Tame animal?
It's pretty much exactly what you think it is.
Well, duh, that makes sense. What about
it
this
allows you to
animal?
attempt to tame an animal and you can get a little friend.
Okay, that makes sense. Just choose a large corpse of animals that died within the past day while using survivors episode, blah 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 blah. Okay, so this is just to hunt animal. Okay.
So, because of the style of game, as well as the style of GMing I have, a number of these feats might seem underwhelming or very situational, and that's perfectly fine. That's totally normal. If some of them do seem like really, like you really like the idea that something gives, but it just feels underwhelming, I do not mind slightly tweaking some of these so they fit the game style better.
So I can also add these ones to crafting things.
Hey, what is that? Specialty crafting?
Yeah.
Select a specific list below. You gain a +1 bonus to crafting checks the item. Oh, you just get like a +1 to crafting a very specific type of item.
Steady balance. You can keep your balance easily even at best conditions, but your roll exercise using the balancing action. You're not, of course. Attempted to balance. Okay, not that. I already took that. I think that's what I did. No, that's something different. That's the creative version. Yep, yep. Mm. Ooh, nice.
Blip. What?
What?
You went mute for a second and then unmuted.
Oh, it's because I'm eating also coffee and I'm also doing a lot of things and makes a lot of
Uh,
weird noises and whatnot.
Oh,
I don't want to ruin this thing.
I pulled out my iced coffee just like half an hour ago or something.
Mhm.
I swear it's like I just drank or took a sip of someone else's vomit. It's so...
Wait, what?
I don't know
What?
what happened to my coffee. It literally tastes like bile, or like it strongly activated my gag reflexes, and I had this like persistent. I feel like I'm gonna throw up for like a solid 10 minutes.
Oh my god! What the hell? That's not good.
Yeah, why would you be drinking iced coffee? Not like that. Not like that. There's something like it's basically spoiled somehow. It doesn't taste or smell like
Does it smell like spoilage? But it just gives it a gag
it's not like
reflex?
sour milk. At least I don't think. It's just like something extremely wrong happened somehow. I just don't know what.
Well, time to think of what could it be. But I don't know right now. I risky search. It looks nice, but I don't think I wanna
Hell
try
yeah.
to heal somebody and then oh wait, no, let me heal you. Lashes open, moves, rearrange organs, and there you go. You're back to fix.
Oh,
Oh my
that's
god,
not
that
where
would be
the heart goes.
Your heart's not your stomach. Your stomach's not your heart. Let's go.
Hey, same here, brother. My heart is where my stomach is too.
Oh my god, that is. I kind of like season, but also that just gives me +1 to crafting. The problem is that my crafting sucks right now. It
I
takes
think your
40.
crafting is not bad. What is your crafting?
What is it? That is quite. What level is my crafting? Do I even have? I do remember getting crafting before.
Click on skill.
Skills. Oh, that was cooking. What is crafting? Yeah, crafting. Train.
6. Okay, it's not
Yeah.
high, but it's not low.
Mhm.
Let me re-say it. It's not high, but it's not very low. It's kind of low.
Because I saw the season, and that one just gives me.
+1.
Well, that kind of also goes with why my character is good at cooking. Well,
That
sort
does
of.
work pretty perfectly. And I would also
That's
allow
something
that
like
+1
checked.
bonus to your cooking lore as well, because why not?
If you have an alchemy craft, which I do, potions you have a magical. I do not have a magical. If you're a master, one of those prerequisite skills, you get a bonus +2. Surgery. If you gain 2 circumstances bonus a medicine check the 3 ones, and if you roll a success, you get a critical success. So this is just to bring someone back to life if they're down. Or I can actually end up killing them. One of them up. Perfect.
Yep, do a bunch of healing or kill him.
Do a bunch of healing or kill them. Oh my! No, I still rather prefer try to figure out how to make like potions. Maybe do splash potions. That would be great. But the surgeon doesn't will come in handy. But that's let me see. Does it take
Are
time?
you even trained in medicine? You are.
I am training medicine. Yeah. Last time I checked, I do have some training medicine, but it's just training.
Yeah, it's kind of low. Not
That's
very
all.
low. It's just kind of okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, it
Picking
does
risky
help.
surgery probably not be a good idea because you're not going to
Yeah,
be
I don't
succeeding a
wanna.
whole lot.
I don't wanna go try to say revive the Tanuki and I'm making a hat instead. Make one of those raccoon hats instead. Like, oh no, I missed. Oh, but look, I had a new hat. Oh god, that is so gross.
New plan. I'm going to start turning everyone's character into hats.
Oh my god. No, I guess I'll take season. It's better. I think that's better for me. I know how to cook. I can make food that can go help people. I guess. I guess I can work. I never thought about going into cooking into this thing. Now that I mention it, turn into Monster Hunter, start feeding people food. Let's go.
I
Oh,
can
have you
do
seen
that already,
the
though.
animations?
True,
What
actually.
do you-
Yeah, Amber can turn into a hat.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. Hello, Amber. No, but I mean, thinking about how to, how do we get any bonuses from eating? Not
You
more
don't
like
I
start
don't
game
with
feel
that.
so
mechanics.
good.
Well,
Oh,
besides
someone
that, I
seppuku.
guess. Huh?
Amber turned into a hat.
Oh my god.
Blip.
Bloop.
Blip. These Valentina chips, by the way, I weirdly recognize the flavor. Like I've had this flavor before. I don't know where from.
Oh, really? No, the Valentina is like a Mexican product. It's like a sauce that you buy in bottles. I think I have one in my kitchen right now. And you just add it to food. It's because when we had Lay's before, we just put that sauce inside the chip and then we put lemon on it, and they taste very good.
So Amber, to answer the question, rules as written, no. Your character or Laurie, your character cannot craft potions or magical bombs, any alchemical stuff. I'm gonna keep
No,
that
I'm
pretty
not an
much
artificer. I'm not an
very much
artificer.
no.
Yeah, no.
Well, you don't have to be an
Just to
artificer.
help me
You just need
crafting
the alchemical
potions.
crafting feat
Yeah.
in order to be able to do this. However,
What happened?
however, I will allow you to use either crafting or your cooking lore skill, either or, to craft fake magic items, if you know what I mean. So if you
Ooh.
somehow describe a food that is like a healing potion mechanically, but you have to be convincing enough to tell me like what kind of food it is, then I will definitely accept that.
Oh, can I make it as good looking or as gross looking as possible?
I mean, I guess I will allow that as well.
Perfect. Perfect. That works. That works for me. Becoming a witch now. Let's go. Oh wait, I forgot that it's that in here. I forgot about that. I forgot I can become a witch.
A witch? What?
Yeah, isn't there like a class of witch for the classes in here?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of classes. There's a lot of choices like that. If you want to get some spell castings. How do I do that? Go back. Go back.
Well, I need to look into that, but now let's just try to focus. Start going into.
There's the
Into other things.
animist, the cleric, magus, sorcerer, the summoner, the witch,
The witch.
thaumaturge, wizard, psychic, oracle, kineticist, druid.
You just walk one name into the tavern. You can just see me on a pot boiling, putting random ingredients into the pot. I can imagine a lot of things. Hilarious. Alright, the archetypes.
Magus class is kind of broken on Wanderer's Guide, or it was when I last checked. How so? I guess that doesn't surprise me. A magus is it alters the rules, but then again, I guess every class alters the rules in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, that thing too. Wow. Okay. Okay, so it was this one. Okay. No, 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 no. So this one is constant healing, right? I just need to use 2 points to use healing the party members.
This is a focus spell, which means that you can basically only do it once per 10 minutes.
Yikes forever. So again, once per fight, and then I guess once per fight. Okay, that makes sense.
Yep. Focus spells generally cap at like 3 points. Like you have 3 bullets. So when you choose that, you'll get 1 focus point total. So at any point, you can only have up to 1 focus point. After you use this ability, you need to spend 10 minutes to refocus, and that's usually like a descriptive, like, how do you refocus? Is it contemplating on your deity? Is it contemplating on your life and the strange people you're around? The XYZ. And then you get your focus point back. So the short of it is like you can use focus spells once per 10 minutes.
Once per 10 minutes. So same thing for this one. So can you only use that one? But I guess I can see that. I just have to. I guess it can help in a finding like very, very
Some of the
passive
feats
extensional.
class options didn't actually show up. Like you'd click into something and it wouldn't give you any options to choose from.
Oh yeah, and the archetype right here. When I was choosing the archetype, that's the only thing it showed up.
Yeah, as it currently stands, you only have 1 dedication right now, and it's only showing you the
Yeah, it's only
archetype
that
feats
one.
under your dedication. Were you interested in changing this? It seems like you keep kind of coming and going on that.
Oh, well, the thing it is kind of like interesting and able to transform, but I don't get like anything good out of it until right now. But then again, it's only one time per use, which also is not so bad. It's good sequentially. I still have the other country, but the other country gives me it's like a lacking a lot of power.
So it depends on when and how you use it. The
Yeah,
dedication itself, where you're able to basically change your look as part of like just one action, is
mhm,
actually pretty strong. You just have
yeah,
to know when, where, how to use it.
yeah. That's the only thing that I haven't problems. Like, when do I want to use it? I mean, for like stealing from the rich, it's kind of useful. That is for one. I mean, I do like the transformation that I have on my head, but still, do I want to do more damage, or do I wanna do healing? I mean, the glove does help.
There's a damage one.
I mean, yeah, the other one is called. I have it right there. The shining starlight attack.
Brandish your weapon, summoning the image of your constellation above your head. The constellation then releases a powerful blast that deals 2d10 to all enemies in either a 10-foot cone or line. Make a basic save against spell DC. Enemies you critically fail are dazzled. So this is definitely not going to increase your damage. It'll just give you a new ability, like a spell-like ability, basically.
Yeah, like a spell that I can only use once every 10 minutes. 2d10, so the maximum amount will be 20s. And They had to do a saving throw. Okay, line of reflex.
Does this scale?
Oh, I
Powerful
don't
blast that
know.
deals 2d10. Oh, it does. Down at the bottom. Heightened 1.
Oh, hiding one. The damage increased by 1d10.
Okay, so it does at least scale. Not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not strong. It's not weak. It's got its purpose.
Like, it's okay. I mean, yeah, it's okay.
It's a good okay.
Healing
Very
versus damage.
flavorful, depending
Damage
on
versus
how
damage.
much you want to lean into the anime girl thing.
Eh?
It's very flavorful, like depending on how like much you want to lean into the anime like shoujin girl thing.
I guess I can say it. I mean, it's gonna be on the records anyway. So I've been watching a lot of the goggling of the magical girls. It's not on my case.
Like what?
I have assumed you have not seen that one, so I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Kisuma, I haven't seen it, so just leave it at that.
Yep.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay. Just thinking. So I will choose one of those attacks, and can I change it or can I use any of them?
It depends on what your constellation is.
Have I even choose a constellation? I don't think they
Nope.
give me an option to choose one before.
So this is definitely one of those spells that you can either lean into the like Galarian theme, like what it is specifically, or you could try making it, more in of yourself. So like, what is this object you have that you switch into your Superman outfit kind of thing? And this would be basically, I guess, like, what is your symbol? Like, do you summon the Batman symbol and then it flies out, kind of thing?
Oh my fucking! Well, it does not help my case that I choose to turn into a dog, so I guess the dog will be nice. Reflexes is slashing. Okay, it's a line. It does reflexes, so that will be against my reflex.
Which Sailor Moon
This-
character are you?
Oh, what Sailor Moon character am I? Oh my god! I don't know. It was that one that there's a dog or something. I mean,
I don't remember Sailor Moon. I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but it's been
Mercury.
like 20 years.
I even have them on my Switch, but I don't know their names.
So speaking of random animes, a girlfriend actually has been like just now watching just random other things. Normally she's very hyper fixated on like certain things, which mainly has been like solo leveling at the moment. But for shits and giggles, she decided to just start watching some just random anime for no particular reason. I guess no reason. I don't know the name of it, but she called it a was it basketball? Like some kind of sports basketball anime?
The basketball one. I know that one. I know that. I don't remember the name. I know that one. I have seen it's like an oldish kind of anime. I don't know if they tried to remake it again. I mean, it was alright, I guess. I'm not into very sporty anime things.
I think that was the reason why she started watching it, is just because it was a very different type of thing that she normally watches. It just wanted to watch something completely different than you normally.
Well, at least I can see where she's going in that rabbit hole. Just be aware once you start finding the skating one and the swimming one.
The swinging one? What?
Yeah, there's one about a swimming team.
Oh, swimming. Oh yeah, I could totally see that.
There's also one about skating team too.
Skating, I could definitely see that too. Yeah.
Okay, so line that will be only it can be either a 30-foot or a 50 cone. Okay, so the line is 30 foot. Okay. Wait, so it is a line of 30 feet, or it's just so that means I can hit multiple enemies?
Yep, it would be a straight line like a laser or like a Kameha.
Ooh. Oh, you piqued my interest for the Kamehameha, but still.
That or like some kind
Um,
of burst, a cone shape.
a cone shape. Or like it's just imagine like a cone shape, like a shotgun blast.
Yeah.
I still prefer the line because it's longer. But anyways, besides that, what will be my spell DC if I use that one?
I don't think you have a spell DC, so I believe that generally.
Oh,
Actually, it probably might say in the dedication.
oh,
Go back
wait, in the
to.
dedication?
Yeah, go back one. Does it say?
No.
You
Doesn't
scan it
say anything about
with
dedication.
like
Sentinel, here it is.
I'm gonna guess it's like oh, there it is. You become trained in spell attack modifier and spell DC. Your spellcasting abilities for charisma. Yeah, right there. You just become trained, so that would be 2 plus your level plus charisma.
Oh. Wait, 2 plus my level, so that will be 6 plus my charisma. What the hell is my charisma?
That's an ability score.
All right,
It's
the
+2 at the
skills,
top.
perception. Oh. Oh, that's a very low DC, you ask me? That's a very low DC.
For a spell, it's not very low, but it's okay.
It's okay, as long as I don't get like a reflex master and gets like always not 20s.
Oh yeah, if it's like a reflex one and you use it against reflex, that's why generally as a spellcaster you usually want to broaden your horizons, which is why prepared casters tend to have like a no that anime. That's why
Yeah, pretty much.
just rolling knowledge checks on your enemy, so that way you can find out like, hey, what's its lowest save, and you find out, oh, the gibbering mouther's weakness is its will save, and Amber was shooting out multiple spells with will saves against it, and it was like failing each time.
Okay, that makes sense.
So this one here, if it is exclusively a reflex save, ideally you would only ever use it on something that you know has a relatively low reflex.
Oh, now I'm thinking like, I mean, it does sound flashy, but does that mean I need? I probably need to, like you said, I need to broaden my horizons. I probably can try to look into some other archetype then.
Yeah, there's plenty out there. I gave some suggestions. The normal, simpler choices, I guess you will, would be taking like class type ones. But as I've said, there's a lot out there. I did a little bit of research and I sent you some options that might sound interesting.
Yeah, you send me that part again. But now that I'm like, I mean, this one sounds fun because of the ability to, change on the flying. Also for the sky, so
You can always create a disguise. That's a normal thing anyone can do.
yeah, that's what I can figure that much. But
This
still,
one just lets you do it in like 3 seconds.
yeah, makes it. That is true. So changing to something else, it just takes me a while. Okay. I guess I had to do my research too.
I was actually kind of curious. I was like, without thinking too hard, I imagine the swashbuckler taking archetype into fighter is probably a pretty solid choice. Kind of makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I don't think it is actually that good of a choice. Because the fighter doesn't have subclasses like many other classes, but rather what type of fighter you are is generally determined by what feats you take as you level up. So most of the fighters' feats are generally
Mm-hmm.
going to be like actual actions. Like it'll be this for one action, or this for two actions, etc., or this is a reaction. They're not like augmenting things where like when you do this, this has an additional effect and whatnot. They're all like
Oh.
action-based things. Because of that, none of them are going to be the swashbuckler's flourish. None of them are going to be bravado or any of that kind of stuff, which
Mm-hmm.
means if you use any of like or most of the fighter feats, anything from the fighter dedication, it's not going to synergize that well with the swashbuckler. I was looking like through every single fighter feat, trying to imagine, okay, if I was a swashbuckler, which one of these would generally work? I'm like, most of these are like attacks, which is not good because you can't get like your flourish or your panache off of any of this kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's a bad thing about it. I cannot get panache, and I know the swashbuckler requires a lot of panache things happening in order for it to do like its damage.
I was very intrigued that the fighter dedication isn't actually a very strong choice or a very good choice. It's still okay. There's some things you can get in there, but I was surprised by that.
Thing I just have to think on not only on like how it works, but also what I can do it. Um,
You could always pick up your wizard hat and start doing spells.
I mean, sure. I know for first it was the lack of range attacks on the beginning of the campaign, but now that I kind of know how my character it has to be like face to face, it makes
Actually,
it does change a little bit.
if you want to start adding some ranged capabilities in your class, you can easily do that with one of the swashbuckler feats at level 1 that basically turns thrown weapons. I think I remember talking about that
I
yesterday.
Yeah, I think you remember mentioning that. Was it about something about a blade?
There's
No, what
two.
is it?
There's, see if I can see
Uh,
them.
no, what was it? Archetype feats?
No, it's a class one.
Oh.
Scroll down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Going too fast.
Disseminating flare. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's basically one somewhere that's level 4 that kind of like improves it. We want to go up to level 1 feat,
4
something that you can
on
get at
level
level
1.
1. You can
Disarm
still be
several
a melee wizard.
equipment.
It's never too late to be a melee wizard.
A melee wizard? What?
Goading Fate, Pummeling Roll. Wait, this ain't it. Go back to the next roll.
Mm-hmm.
Scroll to the bottom. It's got to be a level 1 feat, I'm pretty
Whoop.
sure. Focus, something. Parry, Buckler, Disarm. Maybe it is a level 2. I don't see it. Tumble behind, retreating finisher, finishing
Follow through and join
finishing
charm.
follow through, maybe.
Fomenting your swagger, you gain a panache whenever you finish. Brings a target to 0 HP.
Nope. Enjoy the show. Channel life draw. Antagonize after you. Where is it? Wait. You have a filter on. What is that?
Oh, remove the filter. Boop.
Remove that. Yeah, that's probably what's causing it.
There you go. So go back to the level 1s.
There it is. Twirling
Oh, wait.
throw. Scroll up.
Up.
The one that you can't
Twirling
take.
throw.
Yep. So you need
60%,
flying
60.
blade to take that. So go back. Scroll down and find flying blade.
Flying blade.
There it is.
Flying blade.
Prerequisite precise.
Okay.
What?
Precise strike.
What is that?
I don't know. Is that like a regular feat?
That sounds like a class ability that you get from taking swashbuckling.
Precise strike. When you make a strike with a agile finesse melee weapon or agile
class
finesse
feature.
unarmed attack.
That's your core
Wait,
ability.
so
That's what you do all
why
the
don't I
time.
have that?
I don't know. I
Why
think
don't
that's
I
just a
have that?
weird problem
What?
on Wanderer's Guide. Don't worry about it. It's a bug. It's a feature.
Okay. It's a feature, sure. Let me just get rid of all of this. Oh my god. There we go.
So yeah, if you want to add some ranged abilities into your
Mhm.
class, going with thrown weapons is a perfect way to go about doing it. Go ahead and click on Flying Blade.
Okay, Flying Blade. Just select it.
Just click on the main
I'll
one
click
to
on it. There we
read
go.
why it is. So, you apply your fleshy technique to thrown weapons as easily as melee attacks. You can now apply your precise strike damage on ranged strikes you make with thrown weapons with anything. The thrown weapon must be an agile or finesse. This also allows you to make thrown weapons and ranged strikes for confident finisher. So yeah, it basically allows you to use thrown weapons in your repertoire so that you can get your other class features to proc off of thrown weapons.
Oh, and I can also use. Why did I have this? Okay, I guess we were looking at something else. So why cannot? Why does it think? I guess you say it's like a feature. I cannot take it for some freaking reason, which is weird.
The Wanderer's Guide seems to be confused. You do
Okay.
have Precise Strike. I don't know why it says that you don't have it. Precise Strike you get from being a level 1 swashbuckler. It's a core ability of your class.
Yeah, size track. I do have it. What the hell? That makes no sense.
It's just being weird.
Uh,
Ignore
okay,
it.
that.
Don't worry about it.
Okay, so in theory, I already have precise track. I just don't have the throwing thing selected on my other level, I guess.
No, you don't select a Precise Strike. That's one of your core abilities.
Oh, I know, but the flying, they never take the flying type.
Nope.
So that is something I can get right now.
If I can reword this in a different way, that might make sense. You're a rogue. Your main ability is sneak attack. You can't really do damage with your weapons. You technically can, but it's going to be a very small amount of damage. Ideally, you want to get your sneak attack damage. That makes you do a lot more damage.
Yes.
You cannot sneak attack with ranged weapons at all. You can only sneak attack with melee finesse weapons.
Melee finesse weapons.
You can only get sneak attack with melee finesse weapons on your character right now. With that, it would allow you to get your sneak attack off of thrown weapons.
I'm like, wait a minute. If I throw it doesn't come back. So, yikes, whatever.
Yep. There's potential ways around that depending on the item. Like a rune of returning is one way. There's also the twisting blade that just works, but you wouldn't be able to take that until you hit level 6.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
There's also kunai with chain. Some weapons have the return trait, which allows you to use one of your actions to pull a weapon back. That would take up part of your action economy, but that is one of the many options out there.
One of the many options. Yeah, that makes sense.
Typically, a thrown weapon build will want runes of returning on their weapon. Or just carry around like 100 knives.
Oh god. I tried to be sneaky, you could just all hear the rattling like their keys.
What about stealth archers? Stealth archers are too OP. We don't talk about them
are
here.
they dropping? Oh my god, what?
We don't talk about that, Lil. No stealth archers.
No, still out. Okay, I get it. I get it. I get it. I get it. I just, God damn, I need to make up my fucking mind. That's my issue right now. Like, what do you want to be? Do I want to be like a rogue? Do I want to be like a tank? Do I want to help the party? Do I want to encumber the party?
If you could be any class you want for a day, what would you be? A paladin, a mage, maybe a priest? Would you try to save the world, or would you rather rule it? Put the globe into your control, use it or abuse it?
What is this? Baldur's Gate? God damn it. Eh. I mean, I think.
If I could be any class, I'd probably cause some trouble. I've never been a paladin, I could blow some bubbles. Maybe I'd be a druid, be shift in shape, would be
What?
so real. If I'd be a bear, I could give this kid a scare, or be some retarded seal. But if
No,
I was
here's
a
the
warrior, lifting
part.
light from my home, started popping football lobbing with a package of a gnome.
What is this rap battle thingy? What's happening? What is happening? What is
I could
happening?
also be a warlock who dresses like a wussy, but if I was a hunter, I'd tame all that fucking pussy.
A paladin song? What is that's a paladin song?
That's your paladin song.
What the hell?
I don't know what the original song is. It's an old machinima video from like 20 years ago. It's
Oh my
about World
god.
of Warcraft.
Ah. Alright, fuck it. Now, I guess the main focus will be, do I want to change my archetype to something else?
Yeah, I think we want to focus on that one there.
Yeah, we need to, I mean, it is good, but it's only very situational, and like you said before, if I just want to change into the doggo form, I can just put a disguise that takes like 5 minutes or something to change into if I want to be more descriptive, so that way I can change my doggo form into more descriptive thing than anything more functional.
However,
Uh-huh.
anybody is capable of putting on a mask. Only you can be a magic girl.
That does not help my case. Only you can be a magic girl. Oh my god. I just imagine like do the song and everything and just run behind the corner and start like playing around, throwing dresses out of the blue and just put the outfit on.
You're like Superman. No one's gonna catch on to you even when you run into like a little box and just quickly walk out, look different. No one catches on.
I'll take that. Okay, now let me focus on the archetype. What archetype can I get? Oh god. Alright, please stand by while I'm mumbling secret.
Loading, please wait. Flip. I keep on being very tempted to grab my coffee, but I probably actually would die if I take another drink. Like, no joke. It's very bad right now. I don't know what happened. Oh, go get out of there. Oh, there's a fly in my chip bag. Dude. Saw it off. Go away. I can't be a cleric, wisdom too low? Why do you want to be a cleric? Clerics are scrubs. Are you just looking for heal bot kind of stuff? Because there's 1,000 ways to be a heal bot. Okay, not 1,000, but like many different ways to do that.
Alright, if everything fails, I guess the GPT will have to help, question mark?
I need to be holy or unholy.
Uh-huh.
In order to be sanctified, you actually take those class, actually. Once you become either a champion or a cleric or other some divine thing, generally they say you become sanctified in accordance to whatever your deity is. So like if you're a champion of Saren Ray, you automatically become sanctified holy. Oh, for the trident. Yeah, that too. You want to bust out that trident? I should clarify the rune, the property rune that is on the trident. You can remove that. It's gonna cost some money, but you can transfer that to a different weapon.
Hmm.
Are you asking GPT for stuff and things?
Yes,
Word of warning: it's gonna get a lot of stuff and things wrong.
it seems like it. No, I don't want the D&D version. I want the other one.
Exactly. If anything, I think I'm gonna have more knowledge of than GPT. I'll be perfectly honest. What are you asking it, and I'll AI your your response.
Uh, I just told her, what can I be useful for archetype? It just told me like, what the fuck are you using a swashbuckler? You should be using these other classes instead. I'm like, oh my fucking god, this does not help me.
Blip. Who blipped?
Mm.
I heard a blip.
It's my chair.
No, it was like I think that was my game.
What? You have a game on?
No, I've had a game up. Don't worry, no one cares, no one knows.
Oh my god, it's like, wait, are you playing this game or not? And it's like, it's just giving you the bloops like, I'm right here, hello. Okay, maybe if I try to focus something that can help out. And it does not help
Amber,
that I have a heal, and if I want to parry, blah blah blah. Yeah, what did
if you
Amber say?
want a different weapon, society exists. You are welcome to go purchase with services and goods. Otari has goods if you have coin.
You had the monies. If freaking, oh my god, it has reappears, we can steal the monies and get the whatever weapon you need. Because I remember he's the one that has the most of the money.
Have you been letting Thask take all the money?
As far as I know, he's the one that has like 20 something plus platinum.
No, it doesn't. What do you mean? No, it doesn't.
No,
Otari
it doesn't.
is a level 5 town that basically encompasses almost every weapon, excluding like very powerful enchanted weapons. Hell, example, you can even buy a serpent dagger, I think. Serpent dagger. Oh no, it's level 5, never mind. Actually, yeah, you can. Because Otari's a level 5 place. You're only level 4, but I did technically say I allow you to buy up to level 5 items because it is a level 5 town.
Okay, this thing is telling me that for the better place that I can go for, if I want to be like the tanky type, will be the swashbuckler plus the archetype of a bastion. What the hell is a bastion?
Bastion is one of the archetypes.
Yeah, but what is it exactly? Is it like a English? Like a class, or is it just like a feat that can somebody get?
So to clarify, there's only about like 30 classes, or 25 or somewhere on there. There's like 200 archetypes. A lot of them are just kind of feels or vibes. Like, for example, one of the ones I suggested to you was it the Marshal or the Celebrity?
Marshall the celebrity, but I choose the center because magical girls and why not? And I spite him in the butt.
So let me go for just find the Bastion here. Better I'll do it from here. How do you spell Bastion?
Bastion.
So the dedication, it requires you to have shield block, which I don't think you have. So you can't
Nope,
take
I
it.
don't have the shield. Let me see. Okay, so that's out of the window then. What?
If you did have shield block, taking this dedication would give you the reactive shield fighter feat.
I mean, I
And
do
then
have a lot of reactions, but still, Jesus Christ.
you get like other actions here: agile shield grip,
Mhm.
disarming block, free action, ever stand stance. These are all going to be unique to the like Bastion archetype. Sounds like a lot of shield type stuff.
What about the one that you were talking about, the Marshall one?
Marsha.
Yeah, Marshall.
Wait, I have it right there.
Ah.
So the Marshall has a lot in it, like a lot of options. The reason why I chose these as suggestions is because they are charisma based. That's pretty much the only reason why I give these as suggestions.
And I'm like, wait, I don't have no charisma. I do have a lot of athletics, though, but no charisma.
You do have charisma. You have a +2.
Well, it is a +2, but I don't think that's good enough.
Also, you use performance all the time.
Okay, fair
Performance
enough.
is charisma.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
So the Marshal basically gives you a 5-foot aura, or sorry, 15-foot aura that gives people a +1 saving throw against fear. That's just at level 2. Very simple. But at level 4, you get like 7 different options that you can choose from. Most of
What?
these are either a stance that seems to modify the aura, I think. Giving some
now
kind
that
of
you say
unique buff to
stance,
allies.
oh, okay. Now that you say stance, it just reminds me of JoJo for some reason.
And yeah, actually all of them are like action-based ones. So like this one, for example, Dread Martial Stance. For one action, you go into the stance, and when you use this action and attempt a intimidation check, the DC is usually easy, yada yada. If you succeed, your aura grants you and your allies +1 status bonus to damage rolls. When you and an ally are critically hit with a strike, the enemy is frightened. It's actually not bad. Yeah, it basically gives you like an aura that you can like buff your allies with. That's what the Marshal is.
Sounds so bad now that if I can get that thing.
Next up is Gladiator. I thought this would be probably thematic to your character as far as my perspective of who I think you play your character as. Gladiator
All right,
dedication.
let it up to me.
You gain additional lore for gladiatorial lore.
The Lord.
At the start of combat encounter, if you have spectators, so if people are just watching you fight, you gain temporary HP. Going through. Oh, and you can roll performance for your initiative. So you can use your performance skill for initiative if people are watching you fight.
Well, technically, the enemies counts as people fighting, right? Nope.
In fact, it actually clarifies if there are sapient creatures observing a combat encounter, and these onlookers are neither engaged in the combat themselves nor directly assisting any of the participants. The combatants are spectators. So yeah, someone just has to be observing, and they don't really have one way or another. They're not threatened. They're not trying to help anyone. They're just watching.
Okay. So that's just like a situational.
Depends on how you said it. You could try bringing people to come watch you. Start bringing people from Otari. Hey, we're clearing out deep down in Gauntlet. Hey, yo, back at it again. We're down in Gauntlet floor level 3.
Oh my god. Wait, just out of curiosity, does viewers count as watchers?
Who?
The viewers.
Viewers,
watching this
nah,
stream,
nah.
Damn it! I would have been so good for me. I do not entertain viewers. The crowd runs wild. Throwing
But wait,
emojis
there's
everywhere.
more.
Let's go.
Additionally, at level 4, you can
Uh-huh.
do. You show off your fighting style to discourage your foes. You can use performance to demoralize. So instead of using intimidation, you use performance to
Ooh.
demoralize people.
Question. Can I
Yeah.
use performance not only to demoralize but also gain panache?
No. Because of how
Damn
they're
it!
worded.
Damn it. Okay.
To clarify,
fine.
the perform action is completely different from performance. They're two completely different things.
Okay.
One is the skill that's on your character sheet. The other
Right.
is an action that you do. Kind of like strike. Perform is an action that you do. This says you can use the performance skill to perform the demoralize action.
The perform skill. I mean, the perform action to demoralize the thing. Okay.
No, the performance skill to Jesus Christ. Anyway, continue on.
Okay.
Next up is play the crowd. So as a reaction, when you down an opponent, you can make a performance check, DC determined by the GM, and you can either get temporary hit points, +1 to your armor class, or +1 to your next attack. So yeah, when you down an opponent, you take a reaction, you perform, and you get like a buff. And last but not least, I clarified, these are all level 4, so you get like one of these
Oh my
choices.
god.
Last one is stage fighting. You pull punches to give a better show. TLDR, when you make a non-lethal attack, you do not take a penalty. So you can make non-lethal attacks for no cost.
What do you mean no cost?
If you want to make a non-lethal attack, you take a -2 to the attack.
This way loading processing. So you don't take the usual 2-minute circumstances for non-lethal attacks? So that means if I do a second attack on the same person and just do it as non-lethal, it just instead of doing like a -4, it only has a -2.
Okay, let me clarify. You wield a sword.
Right.
The sword does not have the non-lethal trait because it is a lethal weapon. If you want to down someone without killing them, you would have to do a non-lethal attack, which would incur -2 circumstance on your attack. This is different from the multi-attack penalty, which is untyped. This is a circumstance.
Okay.
So say, like, on your second attack, it would be at a -5. If your second attack is a non-lethal, that would be a total of -7.
Okay. I get it.
So this one I thought would be kind of fitting because it allows you to make use of performance to like put on a show for specific. I love the fact that you have to have spectators.
Spectators, and that is not.
There's two ways to view this. One, if your campaign revolves around to you constantly going to like some stadium, which sounds like a really fun game to run. Or two, you like really lean into it, so you constantly bring onlookers to watch you fight, which is really funny. You start bringing people from Atari to come watch you.
Oh god damn, that is my home.
I really love. All right, continuing, there was the celebrity one, which is actually kind of weak but it's very flavorful. I think it's very thematic. TLDR,
yeah,
you are a celebrity.
Pretty much, that's it. You're a celebrity. That's it.
Yeah, we'll continue on. I guess I can read what it
Okay.
does. You gain the upstage reaction, and when you earn income, if the level of task is higher than your level, so like for example, Amber trying to go steal from one of the mansions,
Right.
you get +1 circumstance to earn income.
Oh, okay.
So you just,
I'm looking
this
at
one's
other part.
this one's not bad. You just get a +1 to earn income as long as it's difficult. Reaction, you get this special upstage reaction. I love the like descriptor here. Trigger, an enemy attempts a skill check and does not get critical success. So clarify what a skill check is. That would be anything that adds a skill to a roll. So it'd be like athletics check, a acrobatics check, a intimidation check, diplomacy, nature, arcana, occultism, etc. So when an enemy attempts any kind of check, after your foe has tried their best, you show everyone how it's really done. Attempt to check using the same skill that triggered this reaction. The DC is typically the same. Yep. So if you succeed, I always get confused. It's the same as critical success. Okay, I gotta read the first one. Critical success, you get a +1 status bonus to your attack rolls, perception checks, saving throws, and skill checks until the next turn. Okay. So yeah, when someone performs a skill check, you use your reaction to copy them, and if you succeed, you get a buff.
Wait, just to copy them and I get a buff?
Yep, you get. If you critically succeed, you get +1 to your attack roll, perception check, saving throw, and skill check until the end of your next turn. That's on a critical success. Except you gain the benefit only if the triggered. Okay, the normal success is actually not that bad. If you get a normal success, it only applies if they failed. So, for example, if they try to do a grapple check on anyone, you use your reaction to also make a grapple check. And if they failed and you succeed, you get a bunch of bonuses. It's
So,
like,
for
no,
example,
this is how you do it.
Wait, hold on. So if let's say for example an enemy is trying to grapple the Tanuki, and I use this one, the upstage, and try to grapple. I grapple the Tanuki instead of the person that's trying to grapple the Tanuki.
No, because you're not actually doing the action that they're doing. You're just like impersonating them and saying this is how you're actually supposed to do it.
Okay, I get it. And that will
Or
just give me a +1 status on roll attacks, perception checks, or the saving throws. Is that what it's saying?
Yep, you just pretty much a +1 to anything you roll until the end of your next turn.
I just look at them telling, no, this is how you're supposed to do it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Following up,
Hilarious.
there's Never Tire, which I love the descriptor on this, and I'll tell you why it's weak. Trigger, if you gain the fatigue condition, requirements, you are observed by at least 3 creatures who are not enemies. As long as you have an audience, you can continue to perform even when you are on the brink of collapse. Indeed, you must. You have an obligation to your fans. Hashtag way too real. You delay the effects of the fatigue condition for 1 minute, or until you are no longer observed by at least 3 creatures who aren't enemies, whichever comes first. If the fatigue condition has a duration, the duration begins to elapse only after the delay. You can't yada yada. TLDR, you use your reaction and you remove the effects of fatigue for 1 minute. And then it actually happens.
Requirement that you have to have at least 3 creatures watching you.
And then it delays the effect of the fatigue condition, which I don't know how common this actually is. It's
I
just
think in the
feels
whole
very
campaign we got it
situational.
like once. I think we had that thing happening like once.
Maybe?
I think so. I don't remember who it was that got fatigue and then we had to deal with it. I think I got fatigue into like 3 or something. I don't remember one of them.
In any case, I really love the descriptor on this one. It just seems way too situational. I would change this up. I don't mind changing this up if you're interested in that. Going on next, you're an embarrassment. As a reaction, technically, if you have members of the firebrands at rank of 2nd mark or higher have access to this. It's basically like lore stuff. Just ignore the lore firebrand stuff.
Lord, okay.
Trigger. If an ally is within 30 feet of you, fails a will saving throw on an incapacitation effect. Now let me re-clarify because you keep pointing out incapacitation effect on some of your stuff and things. Incapacitation is bad. It reduces how effective something is. Case in point, the sleep spell, I'm pretty sure has incapacitation. You probably know what the sleep spell is, even if it has never come up.
Yeah.
So you cast it on someone. If they fail or whatever, they fall asleep. Boom.
Right.
Very powerful spell, potentially immediately shutting someone down, just immediately offing them. That's pretty powerful. I'm pretty confident that spell has incapacitation, because that's what it does. It incapacitates someone, shutting them down out of a fight. Why does it have incapacitation? So it literally has no effect on strong creatures. You cannot incapacitate something that is a higher level than you. So like bosses or just strong enemies, etc., etc.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. So if someone, like an enemy, uses a incapacitation on one of your allies, so like for example, if someone casts sleep on your allies, for example, you cannot stand it when your allies are ruining your moment, and you're no different. Sorry, some firebrands cannot stand it when their allies are ruining the moment, and you're no different. Your loud and forceful condemnation, I don't know what that word is, of an ally succumbing to incapacitation effects gives them a second chance to impress you and shake off the effect. Your ally rerolls the triggering will save with a +1. Regardless of the save, your ally is temporarily immune to your this. So yeah, if someone shuts down one of your allies, you call them out on it, and they get to make a resave on it.
Oh my god. I get that it's okay, but it's still very situational. It depends. So let's say if they get down for like an attack, that does not count. It has to be like an incapacitation.
This one's
and it has to be
better
a
than the previous
throw?
one, but I don't know how many creatures' abilities have basically a strong enough ability that just immediately kills a player.
Right.
They probably exist. Probably spellcasters at most. Actually,
I mean, they all sound very good, except that like either I need a crowd, or I just cannot imagine myself bringing like random people to it. I gotta start stealing children nowadays, and I'm like, no, that makes no sense.
So these were just some ideas to really show you the variability in archetypes. They wildly range, giving out all kinds of themes or vibes. Or
Oh
you
my
could do
God.
something very simple like a class archetype, like cleric, and you can get cleric spells and cleric feats. I don't know if you
Ah.
saw what Thask took.
Oh no, I was not here for the entire thing. It was almost at the very end.
Okay, then I won't spoil
What
it
did
then.
he took anyways?
I
Okay,
won't
no,
say it.
okay, good,
Nah.
good, good.
Nah.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That way I can not copy it, I guess. Or
That too.
copy it. I don't know.
I don't talk about
No, I
other
didn't.
players' character stuff. That's just a normal rule for me. That's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's very contradictory when I do this on stream.
What do you mean by contradictory?
Well, it's like theoretically the other players are going to hear what you're doing with your character, what you plan for your character, how you're building it, etc., etc. And that's like literally the opposite of what I would ever possibly do. But here I am, being a complete, whatever that word is, hypocrite of myself.
I'm like, sure, no, not clue, but okay. Reach 4.
I'm going back over to you, stream.
No, okay, I'm just looking at the archetypes. Now let's just start. Let me start going away from the rangers and the mage thingies because that just does not help my situation. I guess I can start focusing something more of this one's barbarian. Uh-huh.
Oh, I love the art for the barbarian archetype. It's angry tree.
Angry tree. Well, I'm already trained in athletics. Does that make me master?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, fair enough.
It means you get to choose another skill.
Ooh, fancy.
Most of the art, in fact, I think literally every archetype is like, you get this skill trained. If you're already trained in that, choose something else.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. So to become trained in athletics, if you already trained in athletics, you instead become training in a skill of your choice. Okay. So if I choose that, I don't really have to go. I can go get something that I'm not trained on to, so that makes good.
All the class archetypes do that.
I mean, my ace is still pretty high, so 1, that's not bad. You can use actions with concentrated. Okay. I don't think I have anything that requires concentration. Resilience, you additional 3 hit points. So this will make me a little bit more tanky, and I can get this one. Basically, I can get 1 and 2nd level barbarian feats.
Yep, you got to choose a barbarian feat.
Ooh, that's good, but still, there has to be a catch. What is the catch of being on rage?
It says right there, you get the rage action.
Rage. You tap into your inner fury, and begin raging. You gain a number of temporary hit points equals to the level plus your constitution modifier while you're in rage mode. So that will be 4 plus what? Plus 2? Will be 6.
So one action, you get 6 temporary HP, and you do
wait,
2 additional damage in melee strikes.
Oh, this is a melee strike in addition.
And it's reduced if it is a unarmed, or sorry, if your weapon is unarmed or agile. So it is reduced because you use agile weapon, so you get +1 damage to your attacks.
Okay. So, rage lasts 1 minute until you're unconscious or until you encounter aids, which counts first. You can voluntarily stop raging. When you stop raging, you also lose any remaining temporary speed. Now, my question is for this one: if I have catnap plus rage, does that adds up or it does not?
Nope. Just like a circumstance bonuses or status bonuses, they do not stack. Only the highest one applies.
Okay, now my question is: so let's say I have a 3 hit point. I mean, well, now 4 with catnap. I end up getting hit, thus loses it, and then I use rage, so that will increase it back to 6, right?
Yep.
Okay, that's not so bad for being tanky, but anyways. And then take either or. Resiliency. You gain 3 additional hit points for each barbarian archetype class feat you have as you contribute this one. So this one will be good, but I will not have any unless I take this one and then go back to
I
get
don't
this
think
one.
you can take that one, the resiliency, because it says
No.
you have a class granting no more than 10 per level.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I don't know if that's applicable.
No, I don't think that's applicable because I need to have the barbarian dedication.
That's what this is.
Yeah. Wait, what?
This is the barbarian dedication.
I mean, it is, but the thing is also I need to get 3 additional hit points for each barbarian archetype class feat I have, and at the moment I don't have no feats in barbarian, so they will be this one first. Right? I think that's how it works.
Probably. Ignore it.
Hit part you are capable of. Becoming a whole kid in a one doesn't sound so bad. Okay, that is one. Animus.
Animus
What
is a very
is
new
this?
class. It just recently came out in the War of Immortals book that came out.
Oh,
I'm gonna say no. I'm just gonna say no. You cannot choose an Animus dedication or the class.
This is like a JoJo kind of thing.
Let's just say the class by default has both prepared, spontaneous, and focus spells. It does like everything.
I mean, the problem is that with the focus, my kid does not focus very well because it's like he has autism on first, so no thank you. Requirement intelligence +2, which I have none, so no alchemist is out of the question. A bar, I mean, I do have a guitar. But isn't this what Cal has? I think Cal is a
Cal
bard.
is a bard.
Okay, let me see. Champion.
Champion
Choose a
is the paladin.
tiering. Right?
Yep. This is basically the martial cleric, the paladin.
Okay.
I is indeed
Devoted,
a bard.
champion fiend. Yeah. Retribution strike. That okay.
Flip.
Yep. Put up charisma and strength +2, which I don't have now. I do have charisma, but I do not have strength. Requirements.
Strength, really?
Yeah, it requires 2 +2 strength.
Challenge accepted. I want to make a dexterity based champion.
Ooh, sounds
I feel
fun.
like that's totally possible.
Cleric, no, it requires wisdom. A druid, of course, wisdom. Is this a new one too?
That also came out in War of Immortals. This has been deemed as you can see, the class itself is rare. Like if you go to the class, it is rare.
Right? Yeah,
so that means
rare.
players are not allowed to choose this class unless the DM says you're allowed to. It is basically intentionally overpowered. Not a lot, but kind of. I would
Yeah,
not
I don't
allow
want to
the
get
exemplar in
OP. No.
no.
Fighter.
To clarify what the
Education.
exemplar is, the class is actually really cool. Basically, you're God.
Oh, come on. Really?
If you
Even
look
I don't
at
know much
the
about it.
art
Like,
of exemplar,
exemplar.
you know the Oh, that's the dedication. Go to the actual class itself.
Oh, the actual class? Okay, character creation, classes.
And then you
Where's the
see way on to the
exemplar?
right, rare.
Exemplar. Details.
Look at the art.
Oh, I
Does this
see.
remind you of a character from Disney?
Yeah, it reminds me of Maui.
Yep. You're basically a demigod.
Oh God, no! Even now thinking about it, it sounds way too OP.
It's not way too OP. It's just stronger than all the classes.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so
Which technically, by definition, that makes it overpowered.
okay, so this is just to change my archetype because I mean, having disguise is good, but if I'm not gonna use it, might as well
Wait,
get
what the
an
fuck?
archetype differently. What?
Oh, never mind. Sorry. I was seeing something really weird there for a second.
Okay.
My brain read that as Fisher. I'm like, wait, there's a fishing class?
Oh my God, what the hell?
My Path of Exile brain is kicking in. I choose fishing rod.
I choose to get the skills out of your pocket. Let's go. Just imagine Minecraft fishing thingy looking like.
There actually is
We can train.
a battle fishing rod.
Hmm. Wait, when it has like two semicolons, does it require either or it has to be both?
I think it means both. I don't quite remember. I'm pretty
Wait,
sure it's
hold on.
both.
Let me look at the champion. Okay, so it requires both. Gunslinger. But I have no guns, so rip.
And you're also not going to get your finishers off of ranged weapons.
Yeah, makes sense. Inventor, investigator. What the hell is this? Which I don't have no intelligence. So that's what about monk? I know monk requires a strength too. Great. We might be here for a while. Distressory. Basic trickery. I mean, I don't really. I does not help my kids because I'm mostly flashy.
The rogue is actually almost perfect. It's very versatile class.
I mean, sure,
Honestly,
I
I
guess.
feel like the rogue archetype can be taken by any character. There's a lot of like passive abilities that you can get from this.
I mean, sure, sneak attacker or more rogue feats.
Under rogue feats, to be specific.
Ah. Okay, that's a reaction. Oh my God, why is people texting so much? I hate those like trap messages. They're like, "Oh, hey, you want money for like using the fast lane? You need to click this weird link to pay it up." I'm like, "Nope, fuck off."
Oh my god. So I had a talk with Google again today. I had a meeting with them.
Uh-huh.
And every time when I work on my ads for like Google ads and whatnot, I'm
Right?
talking to someone that is like the stereotypical I don't know what accent it's called, but like call center guy or someone that's trying to steal your social security number.
I know what you're talking about. The ones that had like the Indian accent.
There we go. That's it. Every time it's someone with the accent. And then my brain just automatically associates like, is this actually a scammer or am I talking to like a Google Ads representative?
Just hate this
Because
one.
deep down inside, we're all secretly racist.
Pretty much. I can vouch for that. Okay, just looking at the. Oh my god. At the most per request requires intelligence.
Imagine having
Yeah,
to
we're not
pay
taking
for
that one.
using the fast lane. In fact, imagine having a fast lane.
Yeah, over here it's getting wild. We're getting fast lanes left and right. I mean, it does help with traffic, but not really. Especially when they having this camera text you, even for emails texting you saying like, "Hey, we saw that you own this like $2.50 for using the fast lane," which I never use it. And they're like, "Oh, you had to pay on this sketchy link. You had to click on this sketchy link to pay it." Like, how about no? Anyways, I digress. Where was I doing?
I feel like Britain definitely isn't the location to have fast lanes.
I mean, the way I see it, being like a barbarian kitty will be nice. The problem is that I don't know if I can take it because of the two strength.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Same with the champion is the same thing. Does the fighter require? Yep, fighter started two strength. So the only option is getting like no magus. No, that's why does it says 14?
Oh, you're looking at Legacy Monk.
Oh, that's legacy mag. Okay, never mind. Okay, so that's why when I was watching The Witch, also intelligence +2, which I had no intelligence whatsoever. Dormitory also requires charisma 14. Why does it says 14?
That's like old school D&D. A 14 means +2.
Ah.
In the
To
remaster
become a
of second
brilliant
edition, they're
king.
trying to disassociate as far away possible from D&D. So
Yeah,
they
fair enough.
got rid of the ability scores and just left the ability modifiers because honestly, ability scores literally don't do anything. Question
I
mark?
do have charisma.
So like in the pre-master, before they remastered Pathfinder second edition, ability scores were like the basically like D&D. It was, you start at 10 and then you either go up and down from there. So like
Mhm.
an ability score of 8 means you have a -1 in that ability score. Or an ability score of 20 means you have a +5 in that. But there was literally no reason whatsoever for ability scores to exist. They were always like immediately converted into a modifier and then were just completely forgotten. So it's like, why do we even have ability scores in the
Right.
first place? Just remove that and then just use the modifiers.
Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes much better sense, I
Oh, for the
guess.
fast lane thing. Yeah,
Uh,
I feel like Britain is how do I word this? All a city, so it's gonna be like frequently congested, or at least you're not gonna have like very long distances where you're trying to drive from one half of the continent to another part. At least that's what I assume. I don't have plenty of knowledge on fast lanes. I've only seen it here and there when, what do you call it, driving from one state to another. We shouldn't have them. Our
a what?
motorways have a limit of 70, so most people go 80 or 90. You okay?
Okay, Abby.
We have motorways running from the south coast and north coast. Oh, well, you know me. I'm just a dumb American stereotype. This is not news. Also, hello, Squish. How are you? You tired? Would you like a vendetta? What is this called? Valentina? No. You know, it's good. I'm leveling up all the homies. Elari is having a what do they call that? Midlife crisis where you're trying to identify yourself. I'm like, what dedication do I want? Do I want to do spells? Do you want to do barb? Do you want to take some weird dedication like the gladiator? Or do I want to shrug emoji? I don't know if we've made progress. Sounds like we're going to be waiting here for... Well... So I go back to building base. Trying to make the basement floor of my base here. There we go. Go. Which I think I just The squish is going stop, by the way. What? What you working on, Squid? There we go. This looks good. I intentionally made the bottom of my basement here not look symmetrical. That actually looks pretty good. And then, elevator. It go down. And guess what? When I activate it, it go up. Wow. And you wonder, how does an elevator go higher? Why did it stop right there? It needs another block to go up. Oh, wait, okay. Maybe it recognizes that it's too high up here and it's not going up. F. What if I put a, no. If I put a hole in the ceiling, then I think my crafting bench is gonna go down. Yeah. Here's my base. It's very nice. I haven't gotten around to painting it. I need to make a paint gun. Actually, that's a pretty good question. I need a lot of quartz. Leveled up in crafting, hog. Need quartz. Where did I find grenades from? And have grass. Touch grass. I'm still trying to remember where all my stuff is in my base here. I got someone's random gun. What is this? Assault rifle? Nice rapid fire on that. Does less damage, more accurate, less range, a bunch of fire. Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, reverse. This is the one I use. Compare it to that one. It does more damage, less accurate, more range, more fire rate, as if I need that. Actually, I think that's better. Because I feel like the range drop off on one I use here drops off quite a bit. It would be nice to have a more range. I still haven't been able to figure out what the mods are on items. Like, I can't inspect them and look at what mods are. Maybe that's what I need, a modding bench. Probably will allow me to see what's on them, as well as craft the mods. But I need transistors and capacitors. Capacitors, expensive, but I can make enough. Transistors, I can actually make enough. Wait, hold up. Yo, fuck it, let's ball. 2, 3, 4. Capacitor, 1, 2, 3, 4. There goes all my titanium. Why not? Put a new character into the Roll20 thing. Can you move it so it can only be seen by you? Boop. Zoom out. There it is. Hello. Let's click on that. Edit. Yep, it can only be seen by you, and it can only be edited by you. What was that sound? What's going on? Oh, meteor strike. Hog. Where's the meteor strike? There's a whole bunch of them. Did that hit my base? It's very close to hitting my base. Was that what we were asking? Or did you mean something else? I'll put you into the players tab here. Is this your fourth character? For when you inevitably die again? Well, I'm pretty sure the other players are not here right now, so feel free to enlighten me. You have my curiosity. Just finished leveling up. Pog. Okay, I gotta go see. I'm gonna dox your character today. Oh, and remove 1,000 XP. I hope you're not in the screen, by the way. It might cause issues. Actually, what is your archetype? I don't even know. Folklore? Gain spin tail action. You tell a story designating one of your allies, but not yourself, as the hero of the story. So you tell a story with one of your allies being the hero of the story, and one enemy as the villain. Both must be within that. The hero, I like how it says the hero gains a +1 status to attack rolls and saving throws, and the villain until the start of your turn. It's a status bonus. If you spin a tail, wait, how long does it last? Until the start of next turn. Okay, so it's like the bard stuff. If you spin a tail on your next turn, the story continues for another round, for a maximum of 10 rounds. While this tale continues, minor crude illustrations spring into being in your space. These are arcane illusion effects. You have no mechanical. This is, I love that. They have no mechanical impact other than illustrating your tale. Thank you, Paizo. Does that stack with the Courageous Anthem spell? Do you have that over here? If it is a circumstance, then yes. But if it is also a status, then no. Courageous Anthem. Boop. No, they do not stack. They are both a status. So Spin Tail basically seems to be like a slightly weaker version of that. Which makes sense. This is a dedication ability, whereas that is like your core class feature. Because no one else can take the Courageous Anthem, I'm pretty sure. Wait. Okay. Hold up. Okay. Two things here. One, rules as written, you can't take 2 dedications back to back. But some instances I kind of allow it here and there. When you take a dedication, you have to take another feat in that dedication before you can take another one. Tell that to Wanderer's Guide step. Yeah. I'd say if you want, you can drop Folklore's dedication, since when, it basically doesn't like stack with Courageous Anthem. It just gives you an ability that's like the same but less so. Although this one gives saving throws, your Courageous Anthem does attack and damage. Oh, and saving throws. Oh no, only against fear. This one would apply to reflex saves or whatever. But yeah, if you want, you can switch this out for, I'm gonna not say this out loud, that. And then you could take a level 4 one of these things in this dedication to enhance your thing. Wait, the summoner is charisma? I'm trying not to say these out loud so Alari doesn't hear. I'm calling people by their character's name now. It's beginning. I want to know more about this choice. This is a very interesting choice. Once other players are not around, I would love to discuss your choices here. This is a very interesting choice. I'm curiously going to look back at the you have yourself in here. Jesus Christ. You know, I was half expecting. I got like twist memories, like I'm gonna hope Alari doesn't hear. Your Eidolon was Solaire.
All right, I'm back.
All right, you didn't
What
hear
did I
any of that. Shut it all down. Leave.
Her wife.
Don't worry about
I
it.
just got back.
Good.
I just looking around too. I was thinking, is there like, I mean, I do have just looking at my thing again. I do have dexterity, constitution, and charisma. Is there any other classes that require those things?
There definitely is a
Uh,
charisma based class.
what is can I do not know how to pronounce this word. Is that a
Kineticist.
Kineticist? Yeah, kineticist.
You don't use spells, but you command the arcane. It's basically Last Airbender.
Oh, requires constitution. Okay, I do have that. So it just makes me into an airbender, firebender, waterbender, or metal. I can metal.
So there are 6 gates that you are connected to, or can choose to be connected to. First,
Oh,
you choose how many gates you are connected to. Are you connected to a single one? Are you connected to 2? Or are you connected to several gates? So, for example, you could be a single gate kineticist where you just have several different types of water abilities. You're basically a water airbender. You have many different ways to command water and do water like abilities. Again, not spells. You literally command and manipulate water. Or say, like, you're a dual gate person. Do you command both metal and fire? So you're like a forge kineticist, manipulating steel and flame with the same, like, Last Airbender kind of style. Or do
okay,
you
okay,
just
okay.
command everything and you're not really good at anything, but you can command literally every element on Earth?
Okay, I see the premise. Okay, that's not so bad. But when it comes to on gameplay, how will that work?
uh, I don't know, I'll be honest. Because oh, oh, oh my god, that could be
Um,
broken. Oh my god, Kineticist Swashbuckler could actually be super good.
uh, I mean, I am out for like what's am I gonna investigating how this thing can break the thing, but I don't want to be too
I don't know if it would be
broken.
broken, but it would work. It would work. Okay, so I started thinking, I'm like, nah, maybe. Um, Okay. So the kineticist fights with attack abilities. It doesn't use a weapon and it doesn't use spells. It uses basically like its own ability type thing, whatever it's called. Channel elements. There we go. However, I do recall when I was looking at the playtest of Kineticist like 4 years ago, back when it was in playtest. It's official now. There is an ability that allows you to summon weapons that are of your gate. So, like, for example, I was showing, like, some options for the girlfriend of, like, how you can make a really cool, like, character from Last Airbender or other references. Let's say
Okay.
you could have... Well, I'll show you. Click on... I assume it's in there. What is base kinesis? You gain impulse. No, scroll down.
Okay.
You gain kinesis feat. Choose that one.
Gain kinesis feet. Over here.
Yeah, bring that into a different tab. We'll click on it. One of these allows you to... Oh my god, there's so many. Well, actually, that makes sense. Because there's like...
Okay. So there's only... I'm just going for the ones that I can choose 1, 2, and then 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Oh my god.
Control F.
Mhm.
And then type weapon.
The
And
10s, weapon.
there should be one that shows up. I think it's a level 1.
There's weapon infusion. With a signature flare, you shape a blast of element, a power into the form of a weapon, such a sword made of a whirling wind or a bow that shoots flames.
Bingo. Click
What
on
the
that one.
shit?
So let's say you're a water kineticist, a single gate
Right.
water kineticist. You could summon a like chakram, a flail, a short sword, a bow made of pure water,
Oh my
and you
God,
can fight with that.
What?
Or fire, or metal, or wood.
Oh, okay, hold on. What's the name of that?
At least I think that is, unless they changed it. I'm going off of the playtest from like 4 years ago. I can't really read it from your shared screen. It's too small.
Okay, sorry. Just go like boop.
All right, I'm looking on my side.
that better?
Kinetis. Is it? Oh, yeah, there you go. So as a free action, with a signature flare, you shape blasts of elemental power into the form of a weapon, such as a sword made of whirling wind or a bow that shoots flame. Okay, there you go. If your next action is a elemental blast, choose a weapon shape for it to take. You can choose to change the blast damage types, etc., etc. You can choose other alterations depending on whether you make a melee range blast. Okay. So if it's melee, it does that. If it's range, it does that. Okay, so I'm actually kind of wrong. That or they changed it.
Okay.
So you're not summoning a weapon made of whatever your gate is. You're just reflavoring your elemental blast as a weapon. Kind of. However,
Mm-hmm.
I think this still rules as written still works. So for a free action, you modify Elemental Blast. And then you use one action to Elemental Blast. Turn your Elemental Blast into, for example, a short sword, which will add one of the following traits: Agile, Backswing, Forceful, Reach, or Sweep. Choose Agile,
Okay.
because that means you're now attacking with something that has the Agile trait. I think that procs, again, rules as written, your, what is it called? Precision strike, whatever?
Right? Yeah, it's called the precision strike, as far as I remember. A
Click
precise
on that.
strike.
What does that say? Again, I'm going
Right, can
purely
you-
off rules of written. I don't mind if we bend a little bit of rules if you want to have,
Okay,
like,
let me.
elemental stuff.
It says, when you make a strike with an agile or finesse melee weapon or agile or finesse unarmed attack, you deal 2 additional precision damage. If the strike is part of a finisher, the
Pause.
addition is add to 6. Okay.
That or that melee weapon, that or that unarmed attack. Got it? Okay, let's go back.
Right. Back.
Bring up elemental blast, another tab here.
Okay. Boop. Elemental blast.
It is an attack. It's an impulse kinesis primal. So for 1 or 2 actions, you make an attack. Go back to weapon infusion. If your next action is that, choose a weapon, takes fate. You can change the blast damage type. You can choose other alterations depending on whether you make a melee or ranged. If it is melee... Okay. So no, it does not count because your elemental blast is not a unarmed attack or a weapon attack. Again, rules as written, that would not work.
Mhm.
But we kind of just do whatever the fuck we want, and I don't think that would be broken. It would be super cool.
My brain is still processing the whole information. So, just for example, I can just use the weapon infusion as a free action to then infuse or like make a like let's just say like a flame sword, right?
Yep.
And then use the elemental blast as the damage roll. Is that what I'm looking for?
Basically, to clarify what this is, you're just adding a trait to your elemental blast. That is mechanically what this feat that you're looking at does. It alters your main bread and butter as a kineticist. This is like your main ability that you always use. And it just adds a trait to it, such as agile or backswing.
Okay, okay.
And it says you can
just
flavor
make sure.
it as you using a weapon.
Like for example, if I because for a stretch bucket it makes it a little bit confusing for me. So let's say I have panache. I want to use the elemental infusion first because it's a free action, I guess. To
Free action
imbue
means you can use it anywhere, so you can just ignore
right.
that.
So I want to use that one to do a slash attack as a like a fascinating finisher or whatever I have on the Pathfinder. What is it called? Whoop. There you go. Confident finisher. Does that add to it? Does that only count for this one, or does it take these things right here? Does that make sense?
Rules as written, that would definitely not apply. And if I were to go not rule or say rules as intended, or even just kind of like tweak the rules for our own interest, I would say even again no. That would be way too powerful.
Yeah, I just had to figure. Okay, so no, that would not.
Wait, hold
that
on.
would be a
Actually, wait,
no
I could
for
be
me.
wrong. Let me look at
Ooh.
Elemental Blast again.
Open a new tab. Elemental blast.
So this is basically the kineticist's short sword or short bow.
Right.
This is your weapon.
Yeah, the sword.
With a wave of your hand, you collect elemental energies, choose one of your elements, and a damage type listed of the element. When you then make a melee or ranged impulse attack, against AC. Add your strength modifier to the damage. Roll for a melee elemental blast. If you make a 2-action elemental blast, you gain a status bonus to the damage equal to con. Okay. So for 1 action, you attack. If you use 2 actions, you do slightly more damage based on your constitution. The element determines the damage die, damage type, and range for a ranged blast. So this can be melee or ranged. A damage type other than a physical damage type adds its trait to the blast. Okay. So, depending on what gate you are connected to,
Mhm.
what kind of gate would you want if you want to be a kineticist?
If I want to be a kineticist, I was thinking about most anything because I don't know how the kineticist does it require the element to be present, or can I just pop it out of nowhere?
Um,
Like for example, fire. That's not something that you can find unless you're like you have a torch or something, and then you can use it.
go
Does
back
that make sense?
to go back to weapon fusion and then head back.
Mhm.
We basically want to look back at the dedication.
Oh, okay, back to the dedication. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Dedication.
So the dedication says you become trained in the DC and the impulse attacks. Choose one element to be your kinetic element, such as air, earth, fire, metal, water, or wood. You gain a kinetic aura and the channel elements action, though you don't get to use an elemental blast or stance impulse when you take that action. You gain the elemental blast action. Okay, bring channel elements up in a new tab.
Channel elements. Whoops. Okay, that works.
Go back. I want to continue reading.
Okay, sorry. Whoop.
We're just gonna look at that later. Oh, by the way, did you know you can bring up new tabs just by clicking down on your scroll? Like if you just mouse over it and then just click it with your scroll.
Oh, I was not aware of that. Nice.
And then you can like use your middle scroll button on the tab to automatically close it.
Okay.
Anyway, see here. So you can channel elements and you can blast with the element. Your elemental blast does not automatically gain additional damage dice every 4 levels, instead requiring you to take that. So it does not auto scale unless you take that. You become trained in nature. That's it. Okay, so go look at channel elements. So for 1 action,
Mhm.
and your gate isn't active, you tap into your kinetic gate to make elements flow around you. Your kinetic
Okay.
aura activates, and as a part of the action, you can use 1 action elemental blast or a 1 action stance impulse, which I think it said you can't do. So that part where it says your kinetic aura activates, and as part of the action, you can attack. So ignore that.
Okay.
Your kinetic aura is a 10-foot emanation where pieces of your kinetic element, or all of your elements, if you can channel more than one, flow around you. The kinetic aura can't damage anything or affect the environment around you, or unless another ability allows it to. Channel elements allows the traits of all your kinetic elements. Got it. Your kinetic aura automatically deactivates if you're knocked out. You use an impulse with overflow, or you dismiss, though you can't use the impulse, yada yada yada. Okay, so to answer your question, yes. If whatever your gate is, you just automatically spawn matter out of nowhere and it starts flying around you.
Okay. So that makes things much more easy because that way I don't have to like let's say like I need to get I have the fire one and there's no fire around me. How the fuck am I gonna use it? So that makes sense. Um, I guess so depends. I can choose both or all of them at once, but it's better to choose two, I guess. I guess I can go for metal sounds nice, but I just had the 1d6, 1d8.
Go back to the
I
archetype.
guess water. Yeah, right here. So this is what I'm looking into: water or cold damage. So you can use cold damage or bludgeoning,
All right.
right?
Yep. Basically what it sounds like.
Hmm. Metal or slashing. Oh, I guess I would like to take the metal and water. Sounds nice.
Well, you actually pointed a good question because
Hmm.
there's supposed to be a spot that says you choose which gates you're attuned to, and that's
Oh,
like
right. I think it was
character
right
creation.
here at the beginning.
Oh,
Yeah,
no, up top, I think.
on the top. Kenneth is greatly fit to character with the high constitution who wants to add some magical blast of the power without managing the complexity of spells. Impulse can also provide damage types that are used against certain creatures and a special utility against such as better movements or battlefield control. Champions looking to diversify in capabilities, barbarians with a momentary clarity feat or a particular stout druids might also find suitable option.
Oh no, you're right.
Right.
It is in the dedication. It sounds like you can only choose
Yeah.
one gate.
Dedication. You gain one kinesis action. You don't have fuse or blast. Impulse action. You gain elemental action, or your limb does not. Yes, I remember you can only choose one.
All right. So what bender do you want to be?
What bender do I want to be? I do. I guess I can take. I would take the water because I want to get. I want to do some cold damage.
I can
I
almost
want to
feel
be
they're
cold.
quite thematic, being a very flowy battle dancer.
Wait. Can you repeat that again? My brain just kind of like short circuit.
It's very. It feels very thematic too. The water generally has the themes of like flow and swaying, which,
Yeah.
being a battle dancer, your swashbuckler style, and you constantly dancing for no logical reason, is very thematically appropriate. It feels like.
Yeah, that sounds appropriate. Okay, so that will change my archetype of being the sentinel thing into a kinetic dedication instead.
Um.
Uh,
So go back over to what is it? Channel element.
channel element.
Yep. So you tap into the gate. Can use one action elemental blast or no, can't do that. 10-foot emanation, where pieces of your kinetic element. All right, so the channel element is the one where you just summon water. You start bringing water, starts flowing around you.
Yeah, so that will be one action completely.
All right, now go to elemental blast. Now it is
Mhm.
worth noting, there's no time on that. You can
Yeah.
manipulate water whenever you want. You can turn it off or on like a switch.
Mhm.
And then for one action, choose your thing. You make a
Mhm.
melee or ranged attack. Uh, it-
The
all right.
way I'm reading it and the way I see it, I don't think it will be applying for the finishers whatsoever.
No, not for the
Yeah, it
finishers.
won't. Yeah, it will be just like a regular attack that will add either the 1d8 afterwards.
Now, me looking at this here,
Mhm.
if you're water, 1d8 bludgeoning or cold. I wonder why it says melee or ranged. It doesn't seem like there's a difference if it is melee or ranged. I guess
Where
that's
is
for
it?
like
Where is it?
later feats.
Ah, damn it! Did I close it?
Nope, elemental blast.
That's improvement. Elemental blast.
if I were to bend the rules and say you're allowed to use
Mhm.
No, I don't think I would allow you to use like confident finisher or unbalancing finisher with your thing, because that technically means that you would be allowed to execute your finishers from 30 feet away, which probably not.
Wait, this had range? I thought it was either or.
Elemental Blast is at range. You see it says 30 feet. So you can choose it to be a melee or ranged attack.
Oh, wait. Hold up. I'm just trying to let's just go back in here. Let's say I have this thing because I thought it only added the what do I call it? The dice damage after the attack. Or am I reading this thing wrong?
What do you mention?
Added about the physical damage has to the trait to the blast. Okay, this is just to turn it on and off. Okay, I got that.
Okay, but to make things very clear, you
Yeah.
cannot use precision strike or your finishers, either or, are not compatible with elemental blast. They don't go together.
All right, so
Rules
it
as
will only
written.
be with the. So I'm just thinking about how will I roll it.
How
Does
it
that
would
make
work
sense?
in roll 20.
Yeah.
I would make it like a just
Mhm.
somewhere in here, probably in ranged strikes maybe. But if you want to make a melee version, you just say I'm doing this as melee. Just say because
Yeah, I
it's
think
a
that's
very
what.
simple ability. All you're doing is just like, I attack. It's a 1d6 plus if that.
Yeah, I tell you what, because the way I got a picture in my head, it was like in because it doesn't add the 1d8 to the attack, right?
No, that
This is
the
its
1d8
own.
is
This is its
basically the
own
sword
separate
damage.
attack. Okay, so it will be just the regular attack. If it hits, it's all 1d8.
Yep. You
And I
shoot
can shoot up to
water,
30
it deals
feet.
1d8 damage.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay, that clears it up for me a little bit more. I thought it was mostly like an enhance the weapon and adds the 1d8 to the damage.
You could
Not to the finishes, just for the regular.
thematically flavor it that way, especially with the imbued weapon thing, where you shape your elemental blast to be like a weapon. It's still elemental blast, but it looks like a weapon.
Elemental blast, but it's viewed like a weapon.
That's from the imbued weapon feat.
Oh, right, the feats. I forgot about the feats. Which is weapon. Oh, wait, I just passed it, I think. Weapon infusion. All right, go back. Do the whole thing that you told me. Whoop.
So this is
Just doing the
basically
work
just
of
gonna
one.
like add a trait to your elemental blast. Like say for example, you want to add what is that? Reach. You make a melee attack with your elemental blast, but it's 10 feet away. This
This is the
doesn't
thing
actually like modify your weapon in any way. It
Mm,
just adds a
right.
trait to your elemental blast.
So it doesn't modify. It just adds a trait, so you can either choose to do like a range damage and a bullet trait. What the fuck? Range weapon is less effective. Okay. Impulse. Okay, so that just in theory the kinetic trait will just gives me ability to get like a small 30 feet range attack. Is that what I'm reading it?
Uh, your elemental blast is basically a short bow. You can attack up to 30 feet away from
Okay,
it.
that makes sense.
You make a normal attack, and it does bludgeoning damage instead of piercing.
Okay, that makes much better sense to me now in my head. It just makes it fancy looking into like a water thing and just start shooting like pew pew pews. Why did I keep pressing the X? God darn it. Damn it. Your options include impulse feat. Primary action, kineticist is called impulse. You can use impulse only if your kinetic aura is active and channeling the element. If you have a hand free to shape element to flow impulse, concentrate trade on less abilities, and if the impulse allows you to choose an element. Okay. Alright, I guess I'm just gonna try to look into this more to see how it works. Gonna start getting ready to head to work.
All right, all right.
Meh.
Uh,
Okay, I'll talk to you later. I'll see what else I can find besides this. I mean, this is a good thing. I'm
taking
still gonna look into other
kineticist
things.
dedication here would like be a very big change for your character.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make you stronger, probably, maybe, I don't know, but you're basically just gonna be like, you know, a water bender.
Pretty much, I guess that's one thing. Unless I can, I mean, there has to be other archetypes besides that just like, what the hell is a magus?
Magus,
Uh,
basically you hit people with, how do I word this, instead of shooting fireball, you stab someone and inject them with fireball.
what the? That sounds very scary.
So how the Magus works, their bread and butter is called spell strike. You make a normal strike and use your weapon to transfer the spell. So if you hit
That's
them, the spell goes off, so you get both the melee attack and the spell. But if you miss, you waste a spell slot and you also miss your attack.
Oh,
Uh, the,
and that's it for the whole entire turn. Oh, great.
and you lose a resource. The Magus is very swingy. You either lose resource and do absolutely nothing, or you do massive damage. It's very swingy. A lot of fun.
Sure. Stab somebody and cast fireball on it, and then it literally implodes from the inside out. Jesus. Okay, why can you just simple words? What can you tell me about the Oracle?
Oracle, it's the, what's it called? You have a curse. You've been like, you've seen from beyond, and you've been cursed with like forbidden knowledge and capabilities.
Okay.
And it's a divine caster. This is basically like a sorcerer, but divine caster.
Okay, so it requires like a high risk, high reward options. Martial oracles can be powerful. Crossband abilities and success unique magical feats. Spellcaster oracles can further flex their divine pulse or option the cost of a curse. Oh, great! Let's turn the kid into a ghoul again. No, thank you.
The
I don't
curses
want to
can
be
be
cursed to
quite
become a
interesting,
zombie.
depending on what the curses are. Like, for example, your ancestors might constantly haunt you every time when you try casting your spells.
Oh my god.
Or maybe you get, like, every time when you cast a spell, you're completely war-bound and focused, and all you can think about is war, etc., etc. There's a lot of really weird and interesting curses that you can have.
Oh, fun. Yeah, just looking at the ones that have like charisma or like constitution. Well, Kinetic is still one of the top ones, but I'm still very iffy. I guess second will be Oracle. I don't know about the other ones. Does Sorcerer require charisma? Okay, it does.
Sorcerer is a charisma cast. Sorcerer is like definitely old school. It's simple, but it does the simple things. Oh, who mad at me?
Somebody mad at you?
Goss Hawk. Thank you for the mow. We're leveling up
Meh.
some of my people in the Pathfinder game.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, the
okay.
sorcerer
This.
is basically part of your bloodline, allows you to perform spell-like abilities. So maybe your mom fucked a dragon, so now you have like partial dragon, bloodline. And you can cast elemental blast or something like that. The simplest version to explain the sorcerer is like the wizard spent a lot of time learning and understanding how to cast spells with his intelligence. You are just talented. You can just cast spells with your sheer force of will without knowing how to because of your bloodline.
Grandma Fracadagon, let's go.
Oh no, it just
Hilarious. It just works. It just works.
bloodlines
Alright, I'll let you do
include
this.
aberration, like some kind of eldritch horror is somehow in your bloodline. Dragon is one. Hags are one. There's a lot of bloodlines. I can't think of all of them off the top of my head. Angel or demons could be in your bloodline.
Angels, demons.
The sorcerer is not a bad option for its simplicity. It is one of the core classes.
Oh well, I'll look into this before my head brains cusps. Okay, I'll see. Hopefully, I see you Friday, or not. We'll see you eventually.
I don't know what's gonna happen on Friday. Amber may or may not be here.
Okay,
Swede may or may not be dead. Don't know yet.
perfect. That's about right.
So, well, I guess we'll just wait and see what happens that day. Oh, also, I'll be working that day, so I'll also be a little dead tired because
Oh no.
apparently I have no availability this week.
Oh, yikes forever.
Yay,
Well, we'll see.
retail work.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. I have to head to work. It's sad.
All right, 07.
All right, bye.
Bye. Am, are you still here? I think Amber might have cheesed off. I would love to talk about Amber's decision. I'll go show what Am decided to dip in here. Lil, you better be AFK. Don't look at the screen, Lil. No lookies. Oh. Okay, cool. You did switch out. And you decided to follow that up with... Are you not looking, Lily? Okay, just in case if Lil might still hear me. This is what Amber has decided to take here. As a dedication. And even more specifically, this version. This will be very apparent next game, I suspect. And basic synergy, what is that? Oh, feat. You chose magical understudy. Evolves to cast spells, gains the cast spell activity, and learns 2 cantrips of its tradition. Okay. So for one action, you can command, I assume that's how that works, And then your Eidolon can then cast a cantrip. I assume it has 2 actions. If I'm going off of memory. I was in a game once where there was a summoner. I'm very looking forward to seeing that. Alright, popping back over here. Where's controller? Where was I? A meteor strike just landed near my base. And that's gonna put a nice hole in the ground. Potentially lots of stuff to loot. Yay, free dirt. I'll have to go dirt mining. And I need to... Looks like all of that. Yay, level 12 in extraction. Higher chance of finding more stuff. I can't help but wonder, the kineticist has so much synergy capability for like every martial class practically. Hell, better yet, it definitely has potential for casters too. Wonder how high my new jetpack can get me. A lot more. That is a sizable upgrade. Alright, what did I get in the hall? A bunch of uranium. Hello? Hello? Did not like that. Where'd it go? Shotgun. I'm gonna shotgun this dragonfly. Why is it like circling me? Where'd it go? Okay. I may have scared off the dragonfly with my shotgun. I still feel like I want to extend out the base a little bit more. Because I want to have like a proper location where I can summon my speeder or park my... Did I just shoot my car? Hold up, is that causing damage? I don't think it is. Anyway, it'd be nice to have a place to park my spaceship. Oh, I never tested out the new gun here. I need to have a firing range. Let's shoot the city. That's a good firing range. Compared to this. I mean, they're both fairly quite similar in accuracy. But this one has, I believe, a higher range. Yeah. .30 range as opposed to 22. Range basically is the drop-off damage. So if I hit something from far away, it's gonna do like no damage. So this would allow me to do damage from further away. And it does more damage. So, upgrade. It's almost broken, so I'll need to give it a bit of a repair. Well, that sounds good to me. Upgrade all those. Go a little faster. Why was... I built transistors and capacitors for a reason. Why'd I do that? So for the modding bench, it was... That's some expensive stuff right there, but I feel like it's probably worth it. Modding bench would make sense to have it over by the weapons. New interface. Can I actually see what's on something now? Ah, okay. Fire rate 5, fire rate 5. That's what's going on. Extract? Can I just take it off? Extracting this mod will destroy the item in all other mods. Oh, okay. So I can retain a mod if I want. Yeah, sure, why not? And then on my new gun here, can I just put up to 4? Like, as many as I want? Where's my mods? Oh, the firepower. Actually, upgrading the extractor is probably a wise choice. I'm not sure which ones are compatible, so I'm going to empty out my inventory first, so I can just grab them all and see which ones would be compatible. Where's decorative stuff? Blip? Who's blipping me? Wait, did I forget to turn off stream mode? I didn't. Damn it, who got me? Who was that? I forgot to turn off streamer mode, so he actually got me there. Turn on. GG, whoever blipped me. He is back. Oh, Amp. You want to jump on the line? I'm very interested in hearing about your choices. I think Lil is gone. I think everyone else is gone. So we can talk in private on stream. Hell yeah. I think I'm gonna need soon another rock and stone container. I'm still in the Discord channel thing, by the way. I think this would be a better idea to move that here. There. Would make sense. Hey, what? You're too. Keep forgetting your 2 accounts there.
Yep.
Oof. How goes your 2 accounts?
Fine. I don't actually need the second, third one anymore. But
Third?
I have 3 accounts, yeah.
Why?
Well, why not?
You have third.
Why not?
I mean, valid, but usually there is a prompt too.
I don't know.
Sure. Okay. Anyway, your character. You decided
Yeah.
to go. I didn't even look at the rest of your stuff. I was just completely intrigued by the archetype choice. I didn't even look at the rest of the choices. Why? What's your interest on that one?
I don't know. Just all the other ones didn't really seem that interesting or useful. To be honest. Like, most of the ones I could have taken were all about stuff that I don't really do. And there are a couple for different forms of for gaining money and stuff like that, but yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got distracted here. I'm considering whether or not to actually repair my stuff. Because it just occurred to me, I don't know if the durability on anything makes a difference, and I might as well just wait for it to completely break, and then I repair it after it's broken. Or wait, does it maybe... Oh no! The item literally gets deleted when it breaks. Okay, never mind. I might want to actually repair. Never mind. So you chose Eidolon, or Summoner. The Angel one?
Yeah.
Please describe your Lord and Savior.
Not gonna
Or
lie, I
what-
might just make it Slayer. It would be very fitting, but
It's so hard not to say no to that, I'll be honest. It's like, right as soon as it came to mind and I said it out loud, I'm like, oh no, I'm incentivizing choices. Because I want the players to just make their own decisions. I don't want to make any suggestions. And then there's also the whole thing of like just injecting memes into the campaign, just kind of reduces the what do you call it, sincerity of the game, I guess, or
see, the problem is I think only Myra would actually get it out of the other three. Because I don't think either Lily or Sweet have played Dark Souls. So
wait, I do know for a fact that Lil has played Dark Souls on stream once, and that was partial my doing. I may have like small amounts of peer pressured that one, and I think it was like Dark Souls 2 or something like that. It was like a one-time thing. So to answer the question, no, definitely wouldn't know. Probably. Well, no, hold up. Lil is much more into the meme sauce than like most people I know. And I feel like Solaire shows up plenty of time in pop culture reference. I feel like Lil would know. So I guess it depends on how you would describe your Eidolon.
Right. Okay. That is a good point. Give me a sec. So. Oh, yes. I'm gonna have to go for a certain type of Solana. Yes. Because there is a certain very niche meme about Solana.
Do I know this one?
Have you ever heard of a sexy party Solana?
I have not. Am I able to show this on stream?
Yes. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
Why was there hesitation?
Because the guy who made it literally made it as part of a YouTube video. But no, it'll be fine to show on stream.
I assume that's a blip right there. Blip.
Yeah.
That's my angel right there. If
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Honestly, that is very fitting for the whole, what are they called? People of that. What is it called? Because they changed up some things here and there. Let me go back. To celestial. Hail from or have a strong connection of a holy plane are called celestials. To celest. Can survive the basic environmental effects of the outer planes. Celestial is a collective term that refers to any native or of the good outer sphere, Elysium, Heaven, and Nirvana. That's what I was thinking of. I always forget there's 3 of them. It's Elysium, Heaven, and Nirvana. I don't quite remember which one is which. I think Elysium is like...
Elysium is Greek. Heaven is Christian, and Nirvana is Hindu or Buddhist or something.
So in Pathfinder, Elysium is a plane of the outer sphere that represents the ultimate expression of wild freedom and compassion. It is home to the spirits of like-minded mortals and the wild and freedom-loving Azada, or Azada, those people, and a place of uninhibited love, art, and expression. So in previous editions, this would be known as the plane of chaotic good. What is heaven? Plane of the outer sphere that represents order tempered with compassion and goodness. TM. Even though it is infinitely large, it appears to visitors as a gigantic single mountain with a flat summit. It is broken down into 7 regions or levels, 6 of which are overseen by a steward of immense power. Okay, I guess this is basically like the GERD variant of like hell and like different layers of hell. And then Nirvana. Nirvana is the plane in the outer sphere and home to the souls of good mortals. Its true natives are the contemplative Agathonians. Oh, they're like animal-like celestials. And wise angels who guide spirits to enlightenment and unity with the plane and themselves. Isn't this like... is a neutral middle ground? Oh, this is neutral. So heaven is the like lawful good, right? Or maybe not, because technically they got rid of the alignment system. Anyway, I mean, I'm just kind of like curious on the thought of like, what celestial do you have? Here's the original vid for context. Do I want to watch the vid?
I mean, it's funny. It is a funny vid.
Can you beat Dark Souls 1 with only whips? Oh, that's what
Yes.
I've been actually meaning to get with Lil because she did express interest in switching out weapon to a whip. That might be a thing at some point. Spoiler.
Spoiler.
It's loud.
Hey, it's Lemon. Welcome to the Backlogs. Today, we're going to do something a little different. We're gonna play a run
What
that's been
all of this
completed
now?
already. Now, for those of you who've been around for a while, you know that I don't like to do challenge runs that have already been done, especially when they're in a video format similar to mine. Standing on the shoulders of giants and calling myself tall just isn't my thing. That said, people kept requesting I do this one, and I can see why. It's good fun. So, without further ado, can you beat Dark Souls 1 with only whips? 4 years ago, a wild Deathstroke made a single Dark Souls video. Just one. But, with that single video, he started a meme that continues in the Dark Souls community to this day.
I forgot the doll!
Yep, that was him. And because of him, I and any other Dark Souls players with an internet connection have never forgotten the doll to this day. So kudos to you, Deathstroke. Your pain has been our gain.
Okay, instead of just watching this all on stream, we'll just, before I forget, where is it? Save, watch later. We'll just save that for later. All right. So where does your Eidolon hail from? Just to get a vibe of the entity. Because your thing basically is a full-on sentient thing. It's basically another NPC that I got to be aware of. And well, no, hold up. No, I take that back. It's another player character. I don't control it. I don't word it or whatever. It's a new person with feelings and sentience and whatnot.
Mm.
And apparently no shit.
Yeah, that's very important.
Very important.
Very important. Mm. The majority of freely forgiven benevolence of willing to directly visitors, but more often so. Bam. Elysium.
Elysium?
Yeah. Yeah.
Uninhibited love, art, and expression. The Plain of Elysium is a riot of untouched wilderness, ranging from wild forests to foam-peaked seas, to impossibly high mountains, interspersed with hard-to-reach green valleys. None of the normal trappings of civilization can be found here. The natives prefer to live in small groups and very occasionally gather for large meetings. To outsiders, the untamed wilds can seem like harsh and uninviting, but the initiated understand its true nature. Elysium is a place promoting selfless cooperation combined with self-sufficiency and the complete lack of external authority. Praise Elysium.
Yep.
All right. I don't know if I have any more questions to add on that. I guess, oh, I never looked at these. So, first off, what spells does Solar cast?
See, the problem is I don't actually know because I can't actually see on Wanderer's Guide because I can't actually make the I can't make the Eidolon as a creature or a companion. It just doesn't allow me to select a type.
Oh, yeah,
So,
I think it still says, like, on Wanderer's Guide, like, it's still working on the companions thing.
yeah. So,
You might want to look
well,
on,
it's
like, Nethys or Nexus or something like that and see how
languages.
to build a Eidolon.
Angel. So I already have like its stats for the most part. And I think yeah, it's divine. So
would assume that.
No, it's tradition divine. It has to be. Because it's an angel eidolon. Eidolon. However you want to
Gains
pronounce that.
2 cantrips of its tradition. What does
Yeah.
it gain just inherently?
Oh yeah, and it has to be holy.
So it would be sanctified.
Yep. It has to be sanctified holy, so I can give it that fucking trident.
Can it? I mean, I guess I don't
I
see
know
why
it.
not.
It nowhere does it say it cannot use it, so. It- uh, Kinda wants to give it to have. Wait, hold. No, wait. What? Oh.
Also,
Fucking
if I
hell.
remember how eidolons work, they're basically like pets. If you don't
Yeah.
command it, it doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So just
Maybe?
remember your shirtless
Its
Solaire needs
actions.
to be commanded.
Right.
No insinuations. Just
Wait, do I? You really long stay there. I can't literally go. All dissolves. Uh,
what you looking at?
s- it's fine. Just reading the thingy. Right, spells. Oh, well, that would be funny, but also kind of shit.
I assume the tradition and the nature of this. Oh wait, no, hold up. Oh, it says as innate spells, which means once you make your choice, you're locked in. I don't think it can switch out.
Mhm.
You want to share a screen? I want to see what you're cooking on.
Sure. At the moment, it's what?
Brum. Pop out. Glamorize. That's the point of not wearing a shirt.
Yeah, you
Glamorize
got
the
to
pants.
glamorous. You still got a helmet, like gloves, and there's some trousers on. Come on.
Right. Sorry. I was being a little too presumptuous.
Do you not want a glamorous body? Honestly.
Can you?
Good. Protect companion. Hmm.
The target is your eidolon, so you can only do this to yours.
Extend your aura as a magical shield that protects the long target gains +1 circumstance. That's already got a higher AC than I do, so.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I find these shots that all target leases the dying condition and it remains unconscious. Fuck yeah, I'll take that. Stabilize. As a cantrip. Yeah.
Don't you share like the same hit points as your eidolon? Isn't that a thing?
I don't know. Like, Nephthys is kind of useless for this. Ish. Um.
You formed a bond with an eidolon. Let me pop that out. What is an Eidolon?
If I-
It
if-
is a creature. What? Sorry.
So if I go down to 0, its physical form disappears. So yes.
Well, like if it gets hit, I don't think you get hit.
I don't think so. No.
A creature with this trait is summoned to Eidolon. An action or spell with this trait can be performed by any Eidolon only. An item with this trait can be used or worn only by an Eidolon. An Eidolon can't use items that don't have this trait. An Eidolon can have up to 2 items. It cannot use items that don't have this trait. So what you're saying is it can't use just mundane weapons?
Creatures. Item which with this trait. Oh dear. Never mind.
That actually surprises me. Surely there's got to be a way to give your Eidolon a weapon. I mean, it's humanoid form. It kind of makes sense.
It's moving these guards does not. 50 feet of.
That actually makes me kind of wonder. I doubt GPT is going to be able to understand or figure this out, but I'll let it see, try to figure something out. Can I give my... I'm not going to figure out how to spell Eidolon. E-I... Yeah, that's not too bad. Eidolon. Can I give my Eidolon a weapon? I don't know, sure, just send it with that. See if we can do with that.
Musical. Oh wait, that's some instrument.
Manifests in a physical body only through its link to your life force. Ah, okay, so that definitely sounds like you're right on that one. Your bond may be tenuous, but that doesn't make your connection any less special. You gain Eidolon as well as the manifest activity. What's that? 3 actions. Eidolon appears in open space adjacent to you. Eidolon must remain within 100 feet of you at all times and cannot willingly go beyond that limit. If forced beyond this distance, or if you are reduced to 0 hit points, your Eidolon's physical form dissolves. So it costs 3 actions to basically manifest it, or to unmanifest it. Granted, you don't have to, like, 3 actions at the start of a round manifest your Eidolon, because in theory you're probably going to have it active all the time. Just walk around with Solaire carrying around you in Otari. In his loving arms. Due to this link, you can't gain or use tandem actions. Okay, we'll come back to that later. Because you don't have act together, only you or your Eidolon can perform any exploration activities. So, for example, you couldn't both be searching or both investigating. Your Eidolon is trained in unarmed attacks and unarmed defense. and shares your proficiency rank for perception, saving throws, and skill checks. Choose an Eidolon type. You become trained in its listed skill. For each of those skills that you're already trained in, you can choose your own. Eidolon's initial attribute modifiers are reduced. It starts with a +3 in any attribute modifier instead of 4 for its Eidolon array. It otherwise gains the statistics listed for an Eidolon of that type. At 5th level, it increases. Got it. Alright, what is this saying? TLDR, no, an Eidolon can't actively wield a sword, bow, or any manufactured weapon. It fights with its own unarmed strikes, which you can describe as like blades, claws, guns, etc. And the rules bar it from using items that aren't specifically tagged for Eidolons. What you can do is share the runes from your hand-wrapped mighty blows or invested magic weapons. So its unarmed strikes hit with a hard as... Wait, they share? So if you wield the trident, it can have the property rune of it?
Okay.
1. Why handing a weapon doesn't work. Unarmed only offend. Every Eidolon starts off with 2 unarmed attacks. You decide what it looks like. These strikes improve with feats such as Eidolon weapon specialization. Item restrictions, gear. Your Eidolon can't wear or use magic items except items that carry the Eidolon trait. The Eidolon trait appears only on purpose-built companion gear. Collar, bracer. You want to give your companion a collar?
Maybe later.
Maybe later.
Might be too hot for Twitch.
Well, I don't know. I've seen some things on Twitch. I'll be perfectly honest. How to give it weapon power away. Hand wraps and mighty blows on the summoner. Your Eidolon's unarmed strikes inherit the unarmed from the rooms. Where? I will require more information. Divine Eidolons are always formed in spiritual essence, much like divine servants they resemble. They include representatives of many of the families, such as angels, daemons, psychopumps. Proficiencies, it begins with expert in all of those. Ability scores. These are its ability scores. Unarmed attacks. Starts with 2 unarmed attacks. Each Eidolon entry suggests what it could be. Some Eidolons' unarmed attacks might look like swords, clubs, or other weapons, even though they are extensional of your form. The choice of your unarmed attack determines its damage type, bludgeoning, piercing, etc. Some of the suggested attacks list a typical damage type in parentheses, but you can work with the GM to choose something that might be more fitting. Once you decide upon Eidolons on attack, they can't be changed except via abilities that specifically change them, except with your GM's permission. Eidolon has a primary and secondary unarmed attack. Primary attack, choose one of the following. 1d8 with those, 1d6 with that. So you get one of these. And then a secondary attack, which always deal 1d6 with those. Spells. An Eidolon normally can't cast a spell, however, some feats and abilities allow you to grant it this capability. Reading an Eidolon entry. Tradition, traits, alignment, home plane, size, attacks, Eidolon array. Scores, skills, senses, language, speed. All right. So, from what I read, it doesn't sound like it actually gets the property of your weapon, maybe? Might be like a feat and it confused GPT here. Unless it specifically states in Mighty Blows here. You can upgrade, add, and transfer runes in the hat. Can attach talismans to hand wraps. Treat the hand wraps as a melee weapon for the brawling group. Property runes apply only when they would be appropriate to unarmed attacks. Okay. How can I give it the property runes of my weapon? It must be like one of the level 1 or level 2 summoner feats. That's my suspicion. Also, which one did you go with? Angelic Avenger or Angelic Emissary?
The emissary.
Oh, here we go. Hollowed Strike. Oh, wow. Okay, there's more stuff in here. It has Hollowed Strikes. Your Eidolon's attacks are hollowed by the Celestial Realm. Your Eidolon's unarmed strikes gain the Holy trait and deal 1 extra spirit damage. This extra damage harms with unholy creatures or those with weakness to holy. Additionally, your Eidolon can make non-lethal attacks with this unarmed attack without taking the usual -2. Wait, what? Can make non-lethal... Oh, okay. So it can make non-lethal attacks without the penalty.
Oh.
There we go. Short answer. Your Eidolon inherits property runes the movement. The moment you either A, invest in a pair of hand wraps, mind blows, that carry those runes, or invest and actively hold a magic weapon with the runes. No other raw method exists and only a portion. What the rules actually say. The gear in your Eidolon sidebar. Your Eidolon's strikes benefit from the fundamental property runes of that? Where? Where does that say? In here? Control F fun. Gear and your Eidolon. Your Eidolon can't wear or use magic items except for items with the Eidolon trait. An Eidolon can have up to 2 items invested. Your Eidolon's link to you means it can benefit from certain magical items invested by you. Your Eidolon gains item bonuses and to perception and skills from any magical items you have invested. Okay, so if you have like something that increases, like say your stealth, like +1 to stealth, it would get it. Your Eidolon increases its item bonus to AC based on armor potency or bracers of armor. It also gains an item bonus to its save from resilience rune. That's just saving throws. And your armor from other opponents. Yep. Your Eidolon strikes benefit from fundamental runes and property runes on your hand wraps of mighty blows. So what if you don't use that item? Alternatively, you can invest a magic weapon, even though magic weapons can't normally be invested, to share. Okay. So if you have a normal weapon, like say a +1 striking sword of flaming, for example, you don't have to invest into a weapon. It doesn't have the investment trait. However, you may choose to invest into that item in order to give the property runes of it to your Eidolon. You share these benefits only while you're holding the weapon, and you can have no more than 1 weapon invested this way. In either case, Eidolon gains only the benefits that can apply to its attack, with the same investments noted in the hand wraps of mighty blows. Okay. So yeah, if you want to give, say, that property rune that's in the trident to your Eidolon, all you have to do is be wielding it or have it on your person. I guess you don't actually have to be holding it. It just has to be on your person and you're invested into it.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah. All right. What other choices did you get in here? I didn't look at the rest of them. Skill feat, you went with face in the crowd. You know how to get lost in a crowd and hide amongst it, moving like fluid within its ranks and losing yourself in the hustle. You can use cover from crowds to hide and sneak, gaining +1 to circumstance stealth checks when in a crowd of at least 10 creatures, and a +4 if 100 creatures. Hidden creatures don't count as members of a crowd. What? Hidden creatures don't? How could you be in a crowd of like 100 hidden people? Anyway, have the number of creatures required to get these bonuses if you're a master in deception. Okay, so you just get a plus bonus to hide in a crowd of people. Okay,
Yeah.
sure. I'm not sure when that'll come up, so feel free to interject that somehow. Actually, probably in the marketplace in Otari.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be
Yep.
curious to see how that plays out. And Hymn of Healing. You learn the Hymn of Healing composition spell. Got it. 2 actions, 30 foot. You or 1 ally. Sustained up to 4 rounds. This is a focus spell, so use the focus point. Balls. I'm sorry, no balls. It has an A. We have a bit of the letter E. Thank you. We have a curfew on A right now. Bells. Thank you. 2 actions, focus spell. Glorious singing mends wounds and provides a temporary respite from harm. The target gains fast healing 2 when you cast the spell, and the first time each round you sustain the spell, the target gains 2 temporary hit points, which last for 1 round. Wait, hold up. There's things going on here. Target gains fast healing 2 when you use it. When you cast the spell, and the first time each round you sustain the spell, the target gains 2 temporary hit points, which will last for 1 round. So what it sounds like is for 2 actions, you heal them 2 per turn, and also get 2 temporary hit points per turn as well, up to 4 rounds.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, it actually does a little bit more, I think, because it has heighten 1, and this is a focus 1. Focus spells automatically heighten, kind of like cantrips. You are level 4, so that means this is going to be heightened up to level 2. It's a level 2 spell. So fast healing and temporary increased by 2, so you heal 4 hit points every round, as well as give 4 temporary hit points every round as well. You do also have to sustain it. So if you don't know what sustain is, you basically spend one of your action to keep the spell going.
Yeah, that's fine. Only ever you really use 2 actions anyway. Yeah, it's fine. I could deal with that.
I'm curious to see how this one plays out, because this is... Yeah, this basically right here would be like, free healings during like short downtime. 10 minutes to refocus, get some solid healing. What would that be? 4 times 4?
16 plus 16 extra temporary hit points.
No, actually.
Don't
Temporary hit points
Never
do
mind.
not stack. You're just going to
Damn.
give like 4 temporary hit points per round and they won't stack. But if they take hit each time, that goes through the temporary hit points, and then you put another 4 back on top of that.
Fair enough.
All right. So tell me more about Solaire. What kind of spells are you looking at for your Eidolon here?
So I was actually so Divine Lance I kind of want because it's just more damage. But also have to roll for it, so and then what I thought would be funny was actually to get summon instrument.
Wait, hold up.
Because then
Wait.
it's completely useless, but
No, I think even more so. Wait.
please for any.
I'm trying to remember. I'm pretty sure once per round you have to spend an action to command your Eidolon. That gives it 2 actions.
2 actions, yeah.
So it literally can't use that spell. Rules as written, it literally can't do that. Obviously, like, out of combat, it would.
Yeah, I'm not using that in combat. Fuck that. Combat.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Also, wait, it lasts an hour, so I summon it out of combat.
Wait, what?
Oh god. So the spell lasts an hour. Summon an instrument.
Oh, okay. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
So I have this cantrip on my Sork that I play in the that Living World campaign.
Hmm. I mean, I had it on Rastinius. I tried to use it once and it was horrible. Yeah.
I've been trying my best to give this precedence that my character, if you remember what it was that like hairless cat, like very long, creepy claw hands, and just have this kind of like creepy vibe. I just can't wait to like casually summon like a soft little viola and just play some like soft music and just chill.
Hmm.
I really wanted it to be like a bass or a cello, but technically, rules as written, those are not small instruments. I guess I can just talk to some of the DMs, be like, "Hey, can I summon a fucking cello, please?"
Yeah.
Because it says it has to be like was it a bulk one item or a light bulk item?
Something like that. Choose a hand item. Instrument is typical for its type and plays for only you. Huh? It doesn't
Handhold. There
actually
it is.
say. Or
Yeah,
handheld.
handheld. And I think there is like a section somewhere of like different types of instruments, and handheld is a variable.
Yeah, bulk one. There you go. Yeah.
Imagine a cello or a bass would be heavy.
Yeah.
Wait, does summon instrument scale? Does it heighten?
Yep.
Wait, it does.
It becomes virtuoso handheld instrument.
At level 10,
Yeah.
what does it? What does virtuoso instrument mean?
It's just a type.
Oh, up there. It just gives it a plus one
boy.
item bonus performance.
Oh. Oh
Eh.
shit. Yeah. Include bagpipes, small set of chimes, fiddles, viols, flutes, recorders, lutes, trumpets, semi-silent.
Can you summon a piano?
Yeah, but it has to be stationary. It just says and keyboard instruments.
Oh wait, handheld, so some instrument, it has to be handheld. What about those tiny little pianos? You could hold one of those in your hand.
Oh, you mean like an electronic one?
Oh, yeah, guitar or a keytar.
Fuck guitars. It's so bad.
No, I meant like literally like those tiny pianos. You see them in like cartoons. It's like little
Oh,
box.
you mean like a child's piano or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh. Is that handheld?
You could hold it in a hand. Just like a violin, you hold a violin in one hand, you play it with the other. You can
I
hold
mean,
a
you play it
piano
with
with one hand
both.
and play with the other.
I can also kind of imagine you can get like, I don't know, like a strap or something which you dangle the piano from your neck, and then you can
Oh,
just play it.
yes. Like a one-man band kind of thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love those. Are you indecisive on like what cantrips you're gonna pick up here?
Kinda. Though I know I definitely want Divine Lance. Because it sounds cool.
Actually, can you bring that up? Spirit damage is new in the remaster, so I'm not quite that familiar. Click on Spirit, the tag up there.
Yeah.
Effects with this trait can affect creatures with spiritual essences and might deal spirit damage. A creature with this trait is defined by its spiritual essence. Spirit creature. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm trying to remember if okay. I think my brain's thinking about the previous version of Divine Lance. Actually, pop back out. Go back to Divine Lance and then click on Legacy.
Legacy further.
You read what it does there. This is what it did before the remaster. So based on your deity, it would determine what damage it does. So you could do good damage, neutral damage, I think. I don't remember if that's a thing, or evil damage. So, for example, if you shot, say, good damage, Divine Lance, at John Doe, if he's neutral, I think it doesn't do anything. Maybe? I'm trying to remember. If he is good, it does nothing. But if he is evil, it definitely does damage. Oh, there it is. You can't cast the spell if you don't have a deity. Oh, no, that's of your deity. I'm going off of like legacy stuff. I should probably not remind me stuff of this old one. But yeah, there's a whole thing of like just randomly casting Divine Lance at people to find who's good or who's bad. I remember that was like a whole thing at one point. So now, I believe spirit damage is like very neutral and it can apply to anyone. But in this case, it becomes holy or vitality damage. If you have holy, so that would, or no. Does it change it to vitality damage, or does it still do spirit? Big thonky emoji. Let me go look at. Let me give a good example. Skeleton, sure. Skeleton. What does? Not that one. I would like a skeleton creature, please. Soldier. Negative healing, immunities to death effects, disease, mental health, resist cold, fire, piercing, slashing. Undead, mindless. So nothing here by the sounds of that. So what about is that called bearded devil? Is that what they're called? Devil. Imp. There we go. Level 1 creature. Weakness Holy 3. Okay. I think I'm mixing up Vitality and what's the other one? Void. Holy and Unholy are like a different one by the sounds of it. So if I go back to your thing, I suspect that automatically it gets overridden to do holy damage from your homie.
Yeah. Maybe. Oh wait. I think it's automatically heightened as well.
I suspect that your Eidolon is the same level as you. That would
I hope
probably
so.
make sense. So yeah, that heightens every 2 levels or every spell level. So it now does 3d4.
Well, if it's a cantrip, wouldn't it be heightened 2 times, first to first level, then to second level?
No. As you can see, it says
Okay,
cantrip
it
1.
was already. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
This one I definitely know for sure.
Okay. Yeah.
What might help? Wait, needle darts is divine? Oh, it is. How?
It's well,
Interesting.
technically it's all 4, but
Oh, it is.
yeah.
Sure.
First
Yeah.
really, so a piece of metal. Okay, don't have metal. That's fine.
Well, it can just be like anything nearby.
Can it?
Yeah, you just like pick up a piece of something.
Target controls the target, make a spell attack. 3d4 piercing damage and might cause bleeding. Is this just a kind of worse version of Magic Missile?
No, it still is to hit. It does not auto hit.
And it doesn't have the +1. to damage either.
If we were to compare this to other cantrips, it's actually fairly high damage for a cantrip. As you can see, it does 3d4 at level
Yeah.
1. And if it's
Oh,
crit, it's bleeding. And if you compare that to,
what was it
say...
level? It's not damage bomb system. And again, it can be heightened. Increasing the regular damage by 1d4, increasing passes and bleed on critical by 1. God.
So this now does 4d4 and 2 persistent bleed.
Yep.
I've been trying to decipher, because this spell always seems relatively quite strong to me. I've been trying to figure out why does it seem that way. And I keep forgetting why. I feel like I found out at one point, and I forgot what it was. Go back and look at like your other combat cantrips. What's another good example to compare it to?
Oh. Not this.
Him, there you go. This is a saving throw, which means it's basically always gonna deal damage. Whether they save,
Yeah.
whether they fail, it's only gonna deal nothing if they fail. So this is consistent. It may seem pretty low compared to the other one, but at least it's consistent.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'd say so. I mean, then there's like think is that the only one? Oh no, Void Warp. That's 2d4. Oh, I could have been heightening Void Warp.
Yes.
I haven't been doing that.
Might want to take a look, see over your spells, see if they or your cantrips. The spells do not auto heighten unless you prepare them in a higher level.
Yeah. Which, well, I don't know.
Do tell?
Nothing.
Nothing? Okay. This is also a basic save, which means if they fail, they're still taking damage.
Yeah. Damage and weaken. Last time it's corrupt essence. Another basic fortitude save.
I've not heard of this one before.
Neither have I. But then I don't do divine or primal. So
One creature that is undead or otherwise has void healing. So it targets only undead. What's the chances that undead are going to be showing up in this campaign?
what you mean, like base feet? We've fought a lot of undead. Just saying.
I won't lie, there probably will be more.
Well, given that Belcora, I'm fairly sure is going to be undead. Unless she brings herself back to life or something. I don't know.
What makes you think Belcor is going to show up in the campaign? She's dead.
Why wouldn't she? Yeah,
Also,
but she was
pay no
also a
attention to
necromancer.
the giant beam of energy in the center of the tower that heals undead when they walk into it.
Well, yeah. Sorry, spoilers.
No spoilers, yeah. Spoilers, there we go.
Yeah, I might just do Divine Lance and the Needle Darts. Because then I have another thing which is range. So.
What
and as
about
funny as summers.
draw moisture could be a possibility?
Draw moisturized objects, possibly to spells or quickly dry soaked buckle shirt. Oh well, that seems kind of shit.
But the moisture, you might need every ounce of liquid, whatever it might be, at any point. You never know.
When am I going to need that?
I genuinely have no idea.
It's like there's been water on every single level so far. When am I going to need this?
This is a very niche spell. This was created for someone. I'm not sure who someone was.
Like I can see this being useful if you're doing like a survival
Yeah.
campaign or something.
I'm very curious what it would be like to try running a survival campaign.
It would be like you would basically be playing on spreadsheets, surely. Like having to remember what you've eaten, how much you've drunk, like how far you've walked or something. Surely you had to do some sort of spreadsheet.
What's the spoilage rate on the venison there?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh right, no,
It's
you
funny
did
shit
cure
like
it,
that.
so add something on there.
Add like 3 days or something. I don't know. Like, while yes, it would probably be funny as like a one shot or something, I would not want to be in a campaign for it.
Depending on where, like in a survival campaign you are, I feel like you could still find, you know, liquids from things.
I mean, doesn't the druid literally have like a rain spell or something? Or am I thinking of D&D?
Actually, wait, no, I'm re-flavoring in my head. I think I know what that cantrip is. That's one of those weird things that you see in like ancestries. Like there's a lot of feats and ancestries that are like, this doesn't seem that good. Why we take that? It's very niche. It's just for the pure sake to inject some of these things sometimes. Like just imagine you're at the table and then you're just in a situation. Oh wait, I can do this, and you just like just some kind of
Like,
juice or liquid out of something for no reason.
I can see how it would be useful, like if you were playing like an entire campaign in a desert or something like that. I can see how it can be useful. Just how are we doing it? It's just kind of shit and pointless.
It feels like something that you would
It's
just have to
very
inject
niche.
in random locations just purely for the roleplay, just for the memes or something like that.
Yeah. Or like you have to kind of build your entire campaign around it or something. Yeah. I don't know. Like there's got to be some like random ass June Pathfinder campaign which uses it.
Okay, two other ones I want to point out. Approximate is also really good.
Is it?
Did you read what it does?
I know what it does.
For 2
It
actions,
just does.
you get a pretty solid approximate guess of how much something there is.
I don't need that unless you're gonna put in a random ass carnival game. Why would I use
You
this?
ever wonder just about exactly approximately how many tiles of stone there are on any given dungeon?
Not particularly. And okay, so if I take this, how well would you deal with it if I cast it on everything?
Range 10 feet, 1 cubic foot. Okay. There's a limit. You can't cast
No.
it on the tiles of the floor of the dungeon. Tell me how many tiles there are on the whole floor.
1
You
cubic
can
foot.
say,
Okay, wait, 1 cubic foot. So if I make it like a millimeter thick, right? Then I make it like a foot long, and then like or like 5 inches wide, and like I don't know, 20 foot long or something. How many are in there?
it's 1 cubic foot. It would just be like a spot. Like,
Yeah, but okay, a cubic foot. Like I can make that like whatever dimensions as long as within that 1 cubic foot. Like, so like I can make that like 1 mil by 5 mil by like 40 foot or something. Like stupid.
what? You got me really confused on that. It's
So
1
a
cubic
cubic
foot.
foot is a volume. Yes, a cubic foot is 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, right?
Yeah.
But you can also make a cubic foot other ways. Like you can have like the width of the thing be like, I don't know, 5 centimeters, and the thickness like a centimeter. That just means you could jack up the length by however many math, like times it by 6, sort of thing. Oh, yeah, as long as like, and then you can still get it so it's within that like cubic foot or 1 foot cubed, however you want to say it.
Are you talking about square feet?
No,
Because it's cubic foot.
no.
That's a small
So
area.
a cubic foot is a volume.
Yeah.
Yeah, which means it has a length, a width, and a height, right?
Yeah.
That's a volume. Yes. So, if you reduce the height and reduce the width, you can increase the length, but to keep it, but so it's still
Oh,
that
I see what
cubic
you're
foot.
talking about.
Yes.
So, like, 1
Because
cubic foot of string could technically stretch, like, super far out. Is that what you're
fucking
saying?
miles, yeah. Yeah. Like, because I don't need to know how many tiles there are like a foot deep. I just need to know how many tiles there are on the surface. So if I just make that cubic foot like a mil thick, like I can just send it yards that way, yards down, and it's just like, yeah.
I think that's stretching. I think I would tell
No.
you to come up with your own stuff. That's dumb. Please go back. I gotta point out another one.
Oh god.
The
What's
days
wrong?
cantrip.
The what days? Okay.
Yeah.
You push into the target's mind and daze it with a mental jolt. The jolt deals 1d6 mana damage, but the basic will save. Hmm.
Stunned 1 means that you lose an action.
Let me total actions you lose. Possibly if multiple times. Each time you regain actions, reduce the number you regain by the stun value. Stunned override slowed. Ugh. Sure. Aberrant Hag.
Although I don't
Fair
know
enough.
how often mental damage is gonna work because there's definitely not a bunch of undead. And it scales kind of slow. +2. Which means it's gonna
Yeah.
do 2d6 when you're level 6.
Yeah. Which isn't that great.
I think we're over analyzing cantrips of your ally.
Yeah, we are.
I think we just take summon instrument and send it.
But oh,
Wait, better yet,
but
you're on your browser, right?
yeah.
If you open every single one of these cantrips up in the browser and then just start deleting all the ones in that, you can easily trim it down that way.
Okay. Nope. Nope. Maybe that one's getting open. Nope. Nope. Yep. Nope. That one could be useful, but also it's 6th level to be heightened, which is kind of annoying. Nope.
That's not
Nope.
bad.
Torn attack roll, perception check, saving throw.
That's a status
That
bonus. It would not stack with your crazy strength.
No, but I already have that. No, 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 no.
Message bog.
No. I'm not using message.
Your Eidolon also can't go further than 100 feet from me.
I know. Precipitation. Cook, lift, make, tidy.
How big?
I
guess it
it's
technically...
kind of terrible. No. No.
I'm not going to incentivize this, but technically you could send your Eidolon further into the dungeon. It just waltz and run past everything like it's doing Dark Souls speedruns.
Yeah. Sounds great.
I should probably prepare more floors.
Yep.
Oh, it is worth
Quick
mentioning,
question.
I did find out they are not like 5 feet below each time. So the party came across a elevator that when they activated
Yeah.
it descended them like further down to the dungeon, and I started panicking like, oh god, are they gonna go like super deep into the dungeon? I didn't have any of this prepared. And then when I finally fully read, I'm like, oh, it makes them go down one level.
1 floor. Yeah.
Which is apparently like 30 feet.
Because my dumbass question was going to be, can I send the Eidolon through the floor? It does it actually have a physical form, or is it just like a spirit sort of thing?
Unless it says, was it like ethereal, or there's a certain trait on creatures that basically say whether or not it can move through objects.
Creatures that have a strong connection to the holy planes. Creature with this trait is summons yeah. An action of spell.
Incorporeal, that's the word. Or a wraith has incorporeal.
Okay, because it doesn't. No, it's not. Sad.
I am not sad
Sad.
at all.
I am very sad. Where should I get to? Read or read the air? Nope.
Read the air feels like a joke. Someone at Paizo is like calling someone out. It's so funny.
Oh, I need that IRL. Read the air. Cause splash cold water to descend on an allied head, guaranteeing some temporary vigor. That wasn't just for a target is then temporarily immune to the temporary hit points from relative splash. Why is that kind of okay?
Yeah, that's actually not bad.
+1 second stance bonus to AC until the start of your next turn, but doesn't require a hand to use.
This is basically your caster version of Razor Shield.
Yeah, which I have on my bard anyway. The shield is hardness 5, even if it doesn't feel physical damage. Could you? I don't even know how much health this thing has.
What?
Like, nowhere does it say how much health it has. At all. Like, it's weird. Shield.
Eidolon's
Sigil.
ability scores depend on which array you choose.
Yeah, so I've chosen the ability scores, I just don't know how much health it has.
Remember, like, half an hour ago, I said, don't you, like, share your hit points or something like that? This might be what I was remembering. I don't think it has hit points. Maybe.
Maybe. But okay, shield is absolutely fucking useless then.
Well, if things are
Maybe
attacking your
those-
Eidolon, that means they're attacking you. Maybe, if I'm remembering this correctly.
Well, I don't know. Okay, shield, you're back in the mix. Stabilized dying creature could be useful. Summon instrument, it's a meme, yes. Torturous trauma.
What?
No.
Oh.
Send a sentence through stone, no. Undead, you say? Some participants argue this spell literally what's your fortunes. Ugh. Right.
Alright, let's just go back to here. What are my Eidolon's hit points? This one should be pretty easy for it to find. I was in a Curse of Strahd campaign that was PF2, and one of the players there played a summoner. I'm vaguely recalling some of this stuff from back then. I actually have my own project thing here in ChatGPT that like specifically injects into the AI that I'm specifically talking about Pathfinder 2nd Edition kind of stuff, and to consistently use Archives of this or anywhere else, but specifically there for reference. So when I just ask it for very weird questions or very specific things without context, it automatically knows what I'm specifically talking about. Your Eidolon doesn't have its own total at all. It shares exactly the same hit point pool as you do, which is calculated from that. How the shared pool is calculated. Start with your ancestry, add your HP summoner. Total equals party of 2. Whatever number that produces is the only hit point pool for both you and Eidolon. Eidolon's own constitution modifier, yeah. So yeah, if someone fireballs you and your Eidolon, you're taking double damage.
Right. Right. Okay.
Wait, does that mean if Does that mean if someone casts 3 action heal spell, so it's an emanation, I'm pretty sure that heals you twice, because that would heal you and your Eidolon.
Yes. Maybe. Wait, I can up. Oh.
Oh, wait, maybe I'm actually wrong. Direct damage / healing to either body. Add or subtract once, exactly as rolled. Area of effect that hits both, example fireball. Apply only the larger single instance, not both totals.
That still sounds fairly bad, though.
Your Eidolon also counts for flanking, I'm pretty sure, as well. Imagine that Homer Simpson meme. That's good. That's bad. That's good. That's bad. If the pool hits 0, both you fall unconscious. If either creatures return to 1, both wake up. Oh, both wake up. So it doesn't, like, unsummon it? Interesting, okay. What is going on over here?
What?
What am I looking at? Is that my screen or your screen?
Mine.
I think I should end the
If you want.
stream right now. This is just pure nonsense. Oh my god, I've not been showing all of this the entire time. Have I? Oh no.
You've been
No,
sat on
no,
my
no, no,